And we really appreciate our sponsors. This is our first crack at something like this, and we feel like it has a lot of potential that we could really grow this. It was kind of a brainchild of Nathan Mueller, one of our former colleagues. You know, I started about a year ago, and I got a bunch of calls from acreage people, and he said, well, there's what we need to do. We need to have a pasture and acreage program. So all of us in the southeast region have been working together now for about a year on several different things. So I need to acknowledge some of those people. Mateos Ribeiro in the back, Water and Cropping Systems Educator in Clay County, Ritika Lamashane, Water and Cropping Systems Educator in Nemaha County, Jenny Rees in the back in York County, and Aaron Nygren isn't here. Some of you probably know his name in Saunders County. And we lost Nathan a little while ago, but we've been working together a lot, and we feel like we can get a lot more done together, and it's been great to work with them. Really appreciate Mateos and Ritika. They made all of this happen. So the other thing, some of you may have picked up an evaluation form when you checked in. We really like to have those back, that especially on a new program like this. Tell us what you liked, what you didn't like. We're learning right along with you. So one last thing. We have Dr. Bruce Anderson here, Emeritus Professor of Forage, one of the legends, I think, in Nebraska Extension. And I didn't plan well enough to get him on the agenda, but he's here. If you have any pasture questions, anything related to that, I'd go find him on the breaks and visit with him. We're really glad to have Bruce here. So we'll get started now with our speakers. The first speaker we have is Kaitlyn Dozler. Just got finished with a master's at UNL in the natural resources, talking about virtual fencing. So should be really interesting.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here today. I was very excited to get this opportunity. Like they said, I just wrapped up my master's at UNL last Saturday, and so I'm in the process of getting all the loose ends tied up with my research, and it's been a really exciting ride these last 2 years. Virtual fencing is a technology that's relatively new on the agricultural scene. For those of you that haven't heard of it before, the easiest way I can describe it is if you think of a shock collar for a dog, except on a cow, on a much larger scale. We basically can go in and create these invisible fences from this laptop here in Lincoln and have them sent 6 hours away to my research herd at the ranch. And so today, I'm going to be giving you just a really broad overview of what virtual fencing is and how it works, and then we're just going to do a really broad overlook into what some of my research with it was. So to get us started, virtual fencing is a new precision livestock technology. It started out with Richard Peck in the late 1970s with with the virtual fencing system you would typically see on a dog, that electric shock system. And then in the 90s, a lot more research started happening, and that's when we started seeing it being introduced into goats and cattle. And then the first virtual fencing system actually put into place, you'll get to see a picture of the collar in a little bit, was started by Dean Anderson in 2000 out of New Mexico State University. So what this technology does is it provides ranchers with a variety of grazing opportunities and strategies to really create specific management for each individual pasture location or acreage location in this case. It's really nice because it can reduce time, labor, and the cost of actual physical fencing. We can improve cattle utilization efficiency by helping those cattle hit those areas that they might not commonly graze if they were out there just on their own getting free range of the land. We can create those flexible grazing boundaries and actually set a schedule to have those boundaries move on a calendar type system. And we can also implement natural resource conservation, which is a really important thing all across the state. So a little more about virtual fencing. The easiest way to describe it is it's an invisible barrier created using a GPS positioning system, and it's designed to either keep cattle in or out of an area by administering audio and mild electrical cues. So if this is my herd, well, I might have to stand up here to do it. If this is my herd up here on the screen, so this is an example of a pasture that you would see out at the Goodmanson Ranch where I performed my research. And the white border line is what we call our sound, sorry, I bumped a button, is what we call our sound zone. So when my herd is collared with their virtual fence collars, they can start moving all around this pasture. And if they walk into this sound zone, they're gonna hear a high-pitched audio cue. And when that happens, that's the first signal for that cow to then turn around and go back to where they're supposed to go and not continue any farther forward. If the cow continues to move forward, it then enters the shock zone. And when this happens, when the cow enters, it is again met with that high-pitched audio cue and then a slight electric shock, usually typically less than what they would receive from, say, an electric fence, is sent into that collar. Those shocks can be received up to 3 times, and then the collar would cut out for animal welfare and safety issues and things like that. But as you can see, and as we'll talk about going along with my research, the cattle learn the virtual fencing really fast. They're a lot smarter than what we give them credit for a lot of times working with them. And they were able to learn the system in some cases as little as 30 minutes, and at most we saw about 3 days where it took these cows to learn this system.
Kaitlyn, how wide are each of those zones?
It can be customizable. So depending on the company, some companies have it set to where each zone is only a certain distance, but like the system I used, the smallest I could go was 5 meters for my sound zone, but typically they recommend about 15 and 15 meters. So just to compare some physical fencing to virtual fencing, you have your conventional, like typical 4-strand barbed wire fence. It's known as the gold standard, right? You're supposed to keep everything in and keep unwanted things out. But there's some issues with it. It's not flexible. It's very expensive to put up. Some recent numbers estimated as much as $16,000 a mile here in the state of Nebraska. And you have a lot of problems with wildlife constraints and hazards. Again, this is something you might typically see more out west, so a really big example we like to use is the pronghorn out west, and a lot of those issues you see with them trying to duck under fences and then getting caught in that barbed wire. Then you have electric fence. Again, good for livestock control. It's more flexible than the physical fence. You know, you can take it up, put it down, but with that, it comes a lot of time consumption. Putting it up, managing it, always having to go out and check it, and you need that constant power source, right? And then we end up with virtual fencing, which makes me the most excited. And it's collars, and they utilize a GPS signal, and then some utilize cell signals. Some have an actual tower that you put on your property that speaks to the collars. And it's a really exciting system in the cattle industry at the moment. As always, the sky is the limit on flexibility. So I can set 5 different boundaries, 5 different ways. I can set a calendar, and I can have my fence move to different positions at different times during the day or at different days of the week. There really is no limit on how you can draw these fences and use them to manage on your pastures. The really 2 big problems we're running into the technology right now is it's not always 100%. So like all cattle, if they really want to get out of an area, they're going to get out of it. You're always going to have those problem cattle. Right now we're estimating it's 85 to 95% containment efficacy is what we saw with our project. But I wouldn't go put it on corn stalks out near a busy road and expect my cattle to stay in all the time. And then the other big question right now is cost effectiveness. When I first started my study, there was only 1 company that had the technology commercially available in the US, and now we're up to about 5. So we're hoping that should start to help the price start to come down, but that's where it is really important to look at your operation and start to see, is it really worth the time and money? Because even though we all love brand new technology, you still got to look at the bottom line side of things. So this is that first collar I was telling you about. I like to joke it's a Franken cow. That's always the joke I like to throw out. But this was actually like an industry-altering prototype because you can see the big solar panel on the back of the cow's head. And this worked like the system I was explaining earlier. And as the cow approached the virtual fence boundary, they would either get a shock on the left or right side of their face, depending on the angle they were approaching at, to try and get them to turn around. So as you can see today, we used the Vents collars for my research, and so they look a little bit different. The big computer system is housed down here in the bottom of the collar, and then that's also where our audio cue comes out of. And then as the chain goes up and around, that is where the shock would then hit the animal's neck. So this is a little bit of an older picture. We don't use zip ties now. Now it's more like the carabiner locks, and those are working a lot better to keep those collars on that cow. So diving into the technology a little bit more. So as you can see, this was my laptop here, and this is what my screen looked like when I'd go in to set up those fences. Our collars utilize GPS technology, where we use coordinates to establish these virtual fence boundaries, and we can also know the cattle's exact location. This can be set to where it takes cattle location anywhere from 2 hours all the way up to every 5 minutes if you really want to know where your cows are at. Our vents collars were powered by a lithium battery, but some other technologies on the market use solar panels. And then our audio stimulus was a high-pitched beep, around 75 decibels, whereas our electrical stimulus is just that mild shock. So some of the companies that are currently on the scene, like I said, we used vents for our research, and they were the first ones in the US in 2021. Really big companies starting to come onto the scene is Gallagher and their eShepherd models. You're starting to see them become really big in the industry and starting to hit some of those big cattle ranches. Halter is starting testing with a few select universities in the US right now. It's looking like another really promising system. Corral is actually Nebraska-based. From a former UNL student. He's trying to get his own company up off the ground and running right now, excuse me. And so he's starting to put out some test collars and do things like that. And No Fence is another European-based company, and they're slowly starting to make their way onto the scene, a lot more on the research side of things right now. But mainly commercially available, your choices are either going to be Vents or Gallagher. So some opportunities to use virtual fencing in Nebraska. We can utilize virtual fence to manage a variety of different areas where maybe physical fencing could be a challenge, such as extreme changes in topography like what we would see out in the sandhills, across creeks and wetland areas that you might typically not want to try and put a physical fence or tromp through an electric fence or tromp through the area to put up an electrical fence, and remote locations. So this technology is really utilized in places out west in like Utah and Nevada when it's tens of thousands of acres for your cattle. And instead of sending days to send cowboys out there to look for where those cows are, I can get on my computer and know exactly where my cows are in a matter of minutes. And I can send them to that exact location to do all the rounding up and saving you tons of time and labor. You can implement a variety of grazing strategies that benefit both cattle and wildlife. And it allows the ranchers to edit their grazing plans and monitor their cattle locations in real time. And also, again, like I said, you can eliminate those physical fences to help increase wildlife utilization on the landscape. So again, this is just another example of a virtual fence that we had going on out at the ranch in this picture. And you can see all the cows and their locations. And you can see a couple cows did break through, or they were in that shock zone at one point, but we never actually had a cow fully escape the area we wanted her to stay in. So this is just a good example of how you could utilize virtual fencing on your own property. So this is a pasture we had out at GSL, and me and my professor went out and we noticed in this specific area, it's a sub-irrigated meadow. So up on these two heavy grazing areas were little shelves that were just typically drier than the rest of the ground. It was a little more swampy. The cows really didn't want to hang out in this area. So what we did, where you can see where this little dashed line is, we went in and we put in virtual fencing to then take a little bit of pressure off this heavy grazing area and push our cows down in here so that way they would utilize the whole pasture and we could extend some of those grazing days on that area. Ooh. Oh, there we go. I was like, my clicker wasn't clicking. We'll see if we can get this video to work. So what we did here is this is a virtual fence, and it's an exclusion virtual fence, so we did not want our cows in this red zone. So each red dot represents a GPS location of an individual cow. So in this case, we had locations taking every 5 minutes, which is why you see so many red dots. But if we can get it to play, you should, yep. So you can see the red dots moving around the screen. So that's the GPS location of each cow. And then they all end up at the water tank up at the end of the day. So we'll play it again so you can see. So you can see the cows constantly moving around the pasture. You can then start to visualize the big areas where they're utilizing grazing and maybe other areas that you want them to hit earlier or later in the season. And if you notice, no cow actually broke through our virtual fence barrier again, so it was really successful. And just some challenges. Obviously, with all new technology, you're going to face some challenges. It's not suitable for every operation. We kind of touched on that. It is an expensive technology. The cost of it, again, we're hoping with more companies on the market, that cost can start to come down. Collars do fall off. You do have technical malfunctions. I have a couple pictures later in the slides, and you're going to be like, how did a cow do that? And I'm going to be like, yeah, I know. That's what I thought too. Again, not 100% stock proof. And where my study came in was the concerns about animal welfare. Because like all good agriculturalists, you're never going to put something on your cow if you think it's going to add additional stress or cause any harm to that animal. So that's where my project came into play. And we researched kind of two main aspects of virtual fencing. The biggest one being, how does virtual fencing affect beef cattle stress? And then our kind of side project was, how can virtual fencing aid in habitat conservation? So I'm not going to get into the nit and gritty of my research. I'm going to kind of give you some broad overviews. So this is an example cow from our study. So to understand the acute stress that the virtual fence collars caused our cows, so there's two different types of stress you can look at in beef cattle research. Acute stress is the stress that cattle experience in like seconds to minutes after a stressful event. It's going to be that stress that they receive like right away. And then long-term stress, you're looking more at those like days, weeks, months type of stress. So that might be like, how does virtual fence affect them over a whole summer grazing season? I was looking at it like right after they hear that sound, right after they hear that shock, what does their heart rate do? So to do that, we strapped on these polar heart rate monitors on 20 head of cows out at the Goodmanson Sandhills Ranch. So they each had their virtual fencing collar, and then each cow got one of these fancy heart rate monitors, and you can see the sport watch zip tied to the top, similar to a lot of the smart watches that we use today. And what this technology did is it read this cow's heart rate every single second and sent all of the data to this sport watch, which I then downloaded, and we were able to compare, because we did a control session without a virtual fence, and we gained a cattle's average heart rate for 30 minutes in our observation pen. And then we compared that to our cattle's heart rate when they were experiencing the sound and shock from the virtual fence collar. So we did this twice during the summer of 2023. The first was in June, before the cows had ever experienced virtual fence before. And then we did it back in August after the cows had been exposed to that virtual fence system for 60 days. So we wanted to know if their stress levels changed, if they were able to learn the system, and things like that. And so the two biggest takeaways that we got from our beef cattle study was the average heart rate did not differ between our control and virtual fence periods in both our June and our August trials. This was really exciting for us. So even when the cows weren't interacting with that virtual fence, we did not see a significant difference in their heart rate when they were receiving those sound and shocks. And then the other big thing we really wanted to touch on was the fact that the number of electrical cues those individual cows received on average was 1.8 times less in August than in June, thus showing us that it was very obvious that the cows did learn that system over the summer. They were exposed to a variety of different virtual fences that changed every 2 weeks, and by the time we brought them back in August, all they needed was mainly that audio cue for them to learn to turn around, don't go forward anymore, I don't want to receive that shock. So those were two really, really exciting factors.
Kaitlyn, is the
Yes,
sound
Bruce?
loud enough for herd mates to hear it?
Yes, the sound, sorry, I wanted to make sure I didn't mess something up. Yes, so the herd mates can hear it. So on average, our cattle groups were 5 in a group, and we did see some overlap and maybe cow reactions, like if 2 were standing next to each other and one heard it and one didn't. We might see both react, but 9 times out of 10, it was that sole cow that got that cue that reacted. And so a good example of it would be like in June, when the cows would receive that electrical shock for that first time. Some of them would just turn around and go back to where they were supposed to go, and it scared the other ones. They would take off across the pen, bucking, jumping, running, and I mean, usually after 2 to 3 minutes, they'd start to calm down and kind of return to that normal grazing behavior, but we didn't see any of that in August. We saw almost all of the cows learn the system, turn around, act correctly. The only issue that we might have seen come up in the August was the cows weren't as reactive to the audio cue. So they would stand in that audio zone and they would know I'm not going to get shocked as long as I don't move forward, so I'm going to stay here and graze. So they got smarter. That was really so we were really excited in the different physical observations we saw from June to August. And I don't have that slide in here today because I was trying to go fast because I'm a talker. But I do have a lot of those results, and I'd be happy to share those with anybody who wants to see them. A big thing I just want to highlight here, this is an example of a heart rate that we saw from one of our cows that we were able to pull out off of that computer system. And I just kind of want to talk you through the cow's day so you can actually see. The most stressful part of our cow's day was the time the cow was actually in the chute getting the virtual fencing collar put on. So at this early part of our day, it would have been about 8 o'clock in the morning. All of these lines are our heart rate lines, and our dash in the middle is our cow's average heart rate for the day. And these lighter gray bars down here are our movements. So you can see when movement really spiked and declined. So when we got our heart rate monitor put on, heart rate went up. That's what we were expecting, new technology, the cows don't know what's on them. But then it returned to this normal level. Then we see a slight spike during the control period. The cows were released out into a larger pen, walking around, doing more grazing, stuff like that. Then we brought them back in, and this is when we see, like I said, the highest spike in the day. The cow was most stressed out when she was actually in the chute being prepped to put the heart rate monitor on. Her heart rate returned to a normal level while she was in a holding pen waiting to go out, and then we see our virtual fence periods. And yes, we see spikes in there where we assume they heard the sound or shock in those cases, but on average, it's not much different compared to the average heart rate throughout the rest of the day. And then we have the cows in a holding pen after they were done with their portion of the study, and then this is when we sent them out in a larger pasture that night to graze to see what their heart rates would do. And then this is when our cows were sleeping that night. We were able to detect that's when they were resting. And so when you measure cattle stress on the acute stress side of things, heart rate is the biggest and easiest way to measure. So typically you do these little implants that read heart rate, but those are really difficult to do, which is why we went with the polar system that wraps all the way around the cow. Still a challenge in its own ways to keep these things on cows and from rubbing and falling off and things like that, but we were really happy with our results.
Could you go back on that, Kaitlyn?
Yep.
It just looks to me where you've got that virtual fence period.
Yes.
That the heart rate is actually lower.
And see?
Which makes sense to me. Because
Yeah.
whenever I touch an electric fence, my heart stops.
Well, one of the exciting things that we noticed, because we had them in there for 30 minutes, that was their time frame. And in the beginning, they were really explorative. They were testing those boundaries, learning those boundaries. But then by the end of it, they all were gathered in the center in this little group, chewing their cud, laying down. One fell asleep on me, which was kind of shocking. But by the end of the period, they understood where they could and couldn't go. And that's where I think we start to see those heart rates go even lower, is they were more relaxed, they were with their herd, and they were kind of understanding.
I have a question.
Yeah.
During the resting period, those spikes, were they having a bad dream or hearing some sound?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know if it was, I don't know. We didn't have any storms during the system, so it couldn't have been anything like that. I don't know. I wish I could tell you. I don't know exactly what would have caused those heart rate spikes during that resting period. It could have been a variety of factors. Maybe the herd got up and moved. Maybe there was a coyote or something in the area and it spooked them. I think it could have been a variety of things.
So resting isn't sleep necessarily?
No, not necessarily. So resting could be like standing there, chewing their cud. Like that's a cow at rest. Or it could just be laying down, something like that. Not where it's like up and moving and grazing. So if we break it down even farther, that last one looked at their heart rates over all of the hours throughout the days. And this one actually, we're looking at 0.0 is the exact second that cow received that electrical cue. And we go all the way up to 5 minutes after what their heart rate did. And so for a lot of these cows, we have 2 during our post-graze and 1 during our pre-graze. But you can see it for yourself. Again, our dashed line is our average heart rate. And so our musical note represents an audio cue, and you can see there wasn't much change in heart rate when that audio cue went off. And then when we see the electrical cue, this is my favorite example. We see the spike, right? But then within 90 seconds, our heart rates are back to normal levels. And even in the case of this cow during the post-graze, she received 2 shocks. And we saw the spikes in heart rates. But then again, relatively quickly, we saw those cows return to those normal heart rates, which again indicated to us that they're not getting any additional stress from this virtual fencing system. So these were the pictures I was telling you about. There is challenges trying to get these things on and with the cattle and with any new technology. It's not suitable for every operation. It can take anywhere from 1 to 1.5 minutes to put these on per cow, which if you have a large number of cattle, that does start to be something that can concern you. Keeping them on a cow can be a challenge. We had a really big problem our first year. These little screws on the back kept falling off, so our chains would fall off, and I'd have to go out there and pick up all these collars out of my pasture. But they got that figured out, so that's no longer a problem. Battery life is on average is around 6 months to 2 years, and a lot of it's depending on how many times that cow interacts with that virtual fence or the number of GPS positions you have it set to pick up. Again, 85% containment efficacy. I had a cow that just got mad one day and tore the whole front off of her collar, so her battery's supposed to go here. And we found this laying out in the pasture. And then training's really, really important, is the biggest kind of hit-home message with this. On average, like I said, it took ours about 30 minutes to learn the system, but once they were exposed to it out in the pasture, we gave them a week. We simply had a very large pasture area. We set up the virtual fence so that way it was right along the actual physical fence boundary, so that way they could then associate that sound and shock with a physical fence. And then that kind of was the cue in the cattle's brain. And then we would slowly move them to different areas where maybe there's not a physical fence around, and then the cattle could still have that association with it. And then just really quick on the wildlife side, just to give you guys an idea of what that was, I did a game camera study out at the Goodmanson Ranch because we wanted to look at how virtual fence could also help wildlife, but we can't plan anything if we don't know what's there. So I looked at how topography could affect wildlife populations and then how we could potentially use virtual fencing to manage for both cattle grazing and wildlife. So these are just some of the really awesome pictures I was able to capture out at the ranch. This one is a coyote howling, and it's definitely probably one of my favorite ones of the summer. I don't think I put it on here, but I have one along this pond, and there's a bobcat walking right here, and then there's a white-tailed deer standing up on the hill, like watching it, like hoping it's not the next lunch. And then just really quick, these are the wildlife totals. So I looked at sub-irrigated meadows, dune tops, and dry valleys. And it was really interesting for us to see the different numbers of wildlife. Like pronghorn, we didn't have any show up in our sub-irrigated meadows, but we had quite a few in our dry valleys and dune tops and stuff like that. And just looking at the variety of different landscapes and different elements that are out in those ag systems and how that could affect wildlife presence. So our ideas is the future is bright for virtual fencing. We can use it to reduce wildlife conflict with with physical fences, like you see in the picture. Pronghorn can roam freely and don't have to worry as much about getting caught up in fences. And we can use virtual fences to create these diverse grazing systems, not only for cows, but also for wildlife. Like a lot of sandhill birds need a variety of vegetation to thrive. So you have animals like the upland sandpiper, where they need bare ground to very low vegetation. And then you have the dick sisal, and they prefer tall vegetation. Well, unless you're going to go out and make a big grid with your electrical fence all over your pasture, if you're passionate about songbirds or want to use it for like a recreational hunting opportunity or something like that with game birds, something like this could be really hard to achieve. But with virtual fence, if you're like, okay, I know I have a prairie chicken lek in this part of my pasture, I'm going to keep my cows out of it for this point during the year to let those birds do their thing, help the natural populations, and then I'll let them back in later in the year. I can do all that with virtual fence super easily. So that's me kind of wrapping everything up. So if you want to learn more about my research, I do have a paper out on all of my beef cattle research. So that was a really exciting way to end my thesis, getting that all wrapped up. So there's a lot more information there. You can look on the Awesome Lab website through UNL. I'll take any questions. Feel free to email me. I can be as much help as what I can. So yeah, thank you for listening to me. I hope you got to learn a little bit about virtual fence today. Yeah. Yes.
Usually when we run some yearlings and so forth.
Yeah.
Usually when I turn them out, those yearlings will circle the pasture.
Mm-hmm.
Will they be able to do that with the virtual fence where they don't actually see the physical fence?
I think it would depend on how you set up your virtual fence. I think if you set it up on all of the sides, then it might run into the fact if they're running in one direction, they might hit that sound, they might hit that shock. But something like you could do that we also did, if you want to just let them out right away, let them circle the pasture, let them calm down, you could always go in later at any point in time and turn on this system. So like my cows have the collars on right now and they don't have any pasture set up. But if I get a phone call from the ranch saying, we don't need them on this half the pasture anymore, I can go in and set that up tonight. And what it actually does is the virtual fence allows the cows to walk into the virtual fencing area without receiving any shock or sound, but then they can't exit the area. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah, like you were saying, you can move your cattle from different parts of the pasture.
Mm-hmm.
Do you just take the barrier down until they cross it and then put the barrier back up so they don't come back?
You could do it that way. I know some people who turn the whole system off and they go out on four-wheelers and they move their cows and then they turn it back on. And like I said, I know other people where they set their new boundary and then they let their cows cross it themselves naturally, because we learned when we would turn our systems off, we were worried about if cows would still try and avoid that area even with the fence off, because you know they would try and visualize it. But what we found is cows re-entered that area within 30 minutes of learning that virtual fence was off, because they really start to learn that sound cue is what they start to go off of.
If I understand you correctly, then you can basically use the virtual fence like a one-way swinging gate.
Yes.
So they can cross in without getting shocked, but then.
Yep.
And the system will do that on its own when you set it.
Yes.
Okay.
What kind of cattle did you use?
We used,
I'm not breed-wise, but
yeah.
yearlings, cows.
We used 20 head of mature cows that were between 3 and 5 years old.
Because I'm wondering about if I put this on a cow-calf.
So we did, all of our cows had calves with them. So because of university regulations, we weren't able to put them on any calves. But what we were actually able to find, like the herd instinct people talk about, the calves did not go far from those cows.
So the cow didn't follow the calf across the fence and bring it back.
Not any times that we saw. I have a picture of it. I don't have it in these slides, but I took a picture of my cows in my meadow at one point, and it was actually funny because I knew where my virtual fence was just because of the coordinates I set up, and all my cows were over here grazing where they were supposed to be with their virtual fence collars on, and all my calves were over here in the bigger, like more lush part of the pasture where we didn't want the cows in yet. And they would still come back to their moms, and they were running around, having a ball, doing their own thing, and the cows didn't seem too concerned. Yeah? Mm-hmm.
Coyotes and predators and things with calves.
Yep.
So did you see any issues with predators and calves at all?
We didn't see any issues with my virtual fencing with the predators on the calves side of things, because like all of our fences, we still had a physical fence around our cows at all times. That's kind of our biggest recommendation coming out of this whole thing, is use it as like a rotational grazing system. Don't use it to actually try and physically contain all of your cows if there's no outer fence, because I'm not confident enough in the system, and I haven't met a researcher yet that's confident enough in the system to look at a rancher and tell them that it could keep your cows in without a physical fence being there. Yeah, but we didn't see any problems with predators. That's a question I've been asked a lot, and I mean, if a predator really wants in, there's not a lot you can do to stop that predator in a lot of cases. But we didn't see any issues with that, at least on my side of things. Yeah?
Cost per unit.
So that's where it gets dependent on the company you use. With vents, so the company I use, the range, okay. So some companies you rent the collars every single year, and it's about $50 a head. So you would pay that rental fee every single year, that's vents. But the majorities of companies on the market, you pay around $250 a collar per head. And you buy that out, and that collar is expected to last you anywhere from 2 to 5 years, depending on wear and tear and things like that. So you depreciate that cost. But then you also pay $1 to $2 fee a month for the cellular system. So with the vent system that I used, they had the collars, but we also had a base station. And the base station is the big computer system that's required to run the vent system, and that goes up on the highest point on your ranch or your acreage. And that costs about $12,000 per tower, which is where a big cost comes in. But then they hope that you can depreciate that out 10, 12, 20 years of using the technology. So if you do all the math and all the economic breakdowns, honestly, you're going to spend roughly probably $60 to $70 a head a year, no matter what company you go with when you're using the technology. And those numbers might not be perfect. That's why I did animal science and wildlife, not economics. But yeah, that's about the cost that you're probably going to see, which is why it's really operational based. But yeah. Anything else? Yeah.
All right, let's give another hand
Oh.
to Kaitlyn.
I had a question when you talked about that area where like some cows will always get out.
Yeah.
Anything you can add in some sort of hybrid approach that for those mischievous animals?
A lot of people are just going towards you learn what animals those are. You learn how many times they get out. Some animals just don't understand the system. We didn't see that with any of our cows, but I've definitely heard it from other researchers, and that just might be depending on your system where you would just cull that cow, take that cow out of that herd if she's unwilling to learn or just can't figure it out. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone.
So I'm really excited to talk to you guys today about pasture establishment and grazing management. I'm kind of just doing a really nice crash course, so I'm giving you some considerations and things that we should think about when we're doing those things, and not necessarily diving into the specifics of all these things because both of them are very, very broad topics. So first we're going to get into pasture establishment. I want to orient you. So unlike Kaitlyn, I'm not going to talk for the full 30 minutes about both of these things. I'm going to talk about pasture establishment, have a little break, allow you guys to ask me some questions about that, and then we'll move into grazing management. So we'll get ahead and get started with pasture establishment. So if you want to establish a perennial pasture, in my mind, there are 4 very big things that you need to think about as you start to get that system ready and decide to move forward with it. And so these things are, what are you going to establish and what seeding rate are you going to plant it at? When are you going to establish it? What you're going to do to prepare that seed bed to be ready to take on those seedlings and get a really good stand, and how you're going to seed these forages. I think my slides got a little messed up. But so when we're thinking about what we want to establish, we need to ask ourselves the really important questions of when do we need our productive forages? So what time of the year and what other resources are you planning on utilize to feed these cattle? And so that can help answer what type of forage you need to be planting. And an additional thing you need to think about is what your soil type is and if there are any other land considerations in that space. And so if maybe one of your pastures has a really low spot and so it's wet all the time, well, something that is wet all the time is going to require a different type of species than something that's dry and sandy. And so matching what your area is to your forage is really going to help with the long-term success of this establishment. And establishment can be very expensive, and so we want to do it right the first time. And something that I think that we don't think about often or enough is what kind of level of management are we looking to use on our forage resources. So some forages, for example, native warm season grasses, they require a lot of management, and so they can be a little bit more difficult to keep in your system with poor management as compared to a cool season like smooth brome. So just knowing yourself and your system and what you're wanting to do is really going to help set you up for success in the long term. And so when we think about things like our forage productivity, like 2 really big ones that we see around here in terms of warm season versus cool season would be smooth brome grass, which is a cool season, and it grows during the spring and the fall of the year. This is a projection of its growth curve over time. And then a big blue stem would be an example of a warm season, so this is going to fill that summer slump. And so going back to thinking about what other feedstuffs you have available, and when you're establishing this pasture, maybe you already have access to a lot of cover crops or something like that to graze, which would be during these cool season time points where your smooth brome grass would be good. So then maybe instead of establishing another cool season that would go on top of that, you would want to establish one of these warm seasons. Or maybe you plan on dry lotting your cattle during the summer for whatever reason. Then you want to think about maybe a cool season to fill out those gaps. And so thinking about that forage management, I already said that some of them are going to require more management than others, but this is a really good demonstration of that. So both of these pastures are actually ready to be rotated. So the one on my right is big bluestem and Indian grass, and so you can see that it's been grazed down, and so there's a lot of dead material, and also most of the leaf material has been removed compared to this smooth brome grass pasture. I guess I can use this over on my left, and it looks a lot different in comparison. And so if we're not careful with our big bluestem, and even with grazing management like this, where we were rotating it exactly when we needed to be, we still saw stand decrease because we were some things that we're going into later, whereas your smooth brome grass is going to be a little bit more forgiving and allow you a little bit more flexibility in terms of your management considerations. And so then it's important to think about when you want to establish. And so the big thing that we want to think about here is what we're establishing and when it's going to germinate optimally. So what temperature does it require? Cool seasons require cooler temperatures, and warm seasons require warmer temperatures. And then the other thing is, when are you expecting to have a full stand? No matter what, when you're establishing a forage, you should automatically allocate that forage about a year to really get established nice and good in order for you to go into grazing or haying that system. But if you know that you need forage next fall, you can think about establishing a forage this fall to be ready for that. And so then that would play into your consideration of what you need to be establishing. So for a cool seasons, there's 2 time points you can do it. Fall seeding, if you've ever heard the old adage, in the fall or not at all, this would be during the August 1st to September 15th timeline. And really, if you're going to go outside of that, you need to make sure that you're giving your forages a minimum of 6 to 8 weeks of growth before frost. If we don't allow our forages that time period to build up their roots and their reserves to take on whatever the Nebraska winter decides to throw at them that year, they're going to be in trouble, and we're going to be endangering our stands. The in the fall or not at all comes from something that we'll talk a little bit about later with seedbed preparation, but weeds are a huge problem, and they're going to be an even bigger problem in these spring seeding time points of March to April, because at the same time points that we're expecting our springs to be growing, we're also expecting these weeds are also germinating and ready to try to close that canopy before our seedlings have a chance. And usually weeds are much more aggressive than whatever we're seeding. And then when we think about warm seasons, it's very, very common and probably most recommended to spring plant them. So that would be from April 1st to May 15th. There is some things that you can plant in the late fall or early winter. Those would be examples of your native warm seasons in this November 15th to April 1st timeline. And this would be because those seeds are very hard, and so they need, or they do better with that freeze and thaw cycle to help them break that dormancy and then germinate. And so we call this cold stratification. And so if you're going to plant native warm seasons, you can do it in that other period. But generally, we recommend spring. Looking at our seeding rate,
How
yes?
does the germination rate compare in the fall compared to the spring? We know the weed thing, but germination, like for instance, buffalo grass.
Buffalo grass. I'm not super familiar with buffalo grass. Maybe Bruce has a better idea.
It is a one-season grass. And strict germination will occur, faster during warm temperatures. Up to a point, you start getting soil temperatures up to about 85, 90 degrees, and that suppresses germination on most of our seeds. But compare say 55-degree soil temperature to 75, the 75 will germinate faster. The challenge with the buffalo grass situation that you're describing there is that if you are waiting until 75 degrees or higher to plant, you may be getting so late in the year that the seedlings won't have that length of time needed to develop a robust enough root system to make it through that first winter. So you tend to push it a little bit towards the cooler time or the springtime to get it started and have enough time that for it to then grow and be able to survive that first winter.
I have a personal dilemma, so I'll talk to you about it when we get time.
All right.
Yes.
Would the same apply for big roots and
Yeah,
little roots?
pretty much the same thing would apply. I think
Oh, yes.
Get the moisture, you could probably plant warm season grasses up until end of July. And be able to get them established well enough to survive the winter. But you've gotta have that moisture right away and continue to have enough moisture so they don't go through a lengthy stress period of being dry and not being able to grow. So that's why we go a little earlier so that we can get things developed enough to make it through dry periods.
Yeah, it's always good whenever you're talking about establishing to err on the side of, being conservative because of reasons like Bruce just said. But for our different forages, we're going to do different seeding rates, and we're wanting to make sure that you're also matching your seeding rate to your seeding method because it's very important, and different seeding rate methods, which we'll get into a little bit later, are going to require different seeding rates. And also, so this is from the NEB guide, Establishing Dryland Forage Grasses. It's also on the back. Dr. Anderson's the author, so maybe he's probably a better reference than just this paper. But these are some common grasses that we see in Nebraska, and then our recommended seeding rate on a pure live seed, or PLS, pounds per acre. And you might be wondering, okay, what is pure live seed? So in a seed bag, not all of the seeds in there are going to germinate and become productive members of the forage community. There's also dirt, other weeds, whatever else is in that bag. And so we only want to account for those seeds that are going to be productive and germinate to produce a crop. And so this is our pure live seed is gonna tell us the quality of that seed lot. And so to calculate it, you're gonna need to locate the percent purity and the percent germination rate on the seed tag. Now I will tell you that not all seed tags have this, and you can buy very cheap seed, but it's usually a reason it's very cheap seed, right? Because my guess is the percent germination and your percent pure seed are gonna be lower in those, and so just trying to be aware and make sure that when you're buying seed, because seed's expensive and establishment in general is expensive, so let's make sure that what we're putting in the ground is actually going to come up and be productive for us. But in order to calculate our pure live seed, what we're going to do is we're going to take that percent purity and that times that percent germination, and this is going to give us our percentage of pure live seed. And then we're going to take that. We're going to take the recommended rate, and we're going to divide that by that percent pure live seed that we just calculated. And so for this example, this would be a tall fescue seed. So we would look on our seed tag and see that it's 98% pure live seed, or pure seed, and 90% germination. And we would take 0.98 times 0.9 to get us an 88.2% pure live seed. And then we're going to take the recommended rate, which I grabbed off the NEB guide from earlier, and divided it by our percent pure live seed that we just calculated. So that would be our 88.2%, and that will give us 13.6 pounds per acre that we actually need to be planting. And so if you're ever wondering if you did the math right, what I always say is, as long as this number, the bulk number that you're planting is larger than your pure live seed recommendation, you're okay. If not, you need to recalculate, and I've had to do it a few times. But next we're going to get into seed bed preparation. And so what we want to do whenever we're preparing a seed bed is the main goal of this is really to minimize the competition from the existing stand and other weeds and things like that are in this forage species. There's a variety of ways that you can do this. I'm just going to talk about these 5 for the purposes of today, but as long as you're accomplishing that goal of minimizing that competition and reducing the amount of weeds, then you're going to be okay. So the first 2 are overgrazing and haying, and so the goal that these 2 accomplish is removing the canopy. And so by removing as much of the canopy as we can, we're opening it up for our seedlings, which are germinating, to access the sunlight and start to photosynthesize and produce solar panels and become productive forage members. However, it's allowing us to take advantage of any forage material that's currently on the pasture, which is really nice because we all like to take advantage of something that we've grown. However, these methods are not always super great at completely killing out and suppressing that stand, and so we're going to need to follow these up probably with a secondary methodology. Usually it's a herbicide regime, but it's whatever you guys choose to do. I have some really fun pictures of sedan grass that we tried to establish in a pasture, and it did not go well because we did not follow up with a herbicide regime after overgrazing. So it's very, very important. And so next, another option is burning. You can do this. You can do this also. It's really great because it does have the potential to be effective. However, if you're going to do it, you need to make sure that you have enough good, dead, dry fuel that's present in the pasture. If you don't, what it's going to happen is the fire's not actually going to get hot enough to be successfully suppressing the current weed stand or the current forage stand. And so what's going to happen is you're going to have probably rapid resurgence of all the plants that you tried so hard to suppress. And so what we want to do is also just make sure that if this is the route we're going, that we're stockpiling and allowing that dead, dry material to accumulate in order to give our plants the best chance. And the next thing is spraying. We usually use a burn-down herbicide, something that's non-selective, glyphosate, paraquat. I am by no means a herbicide expert, and you guys are going to get to hear a lot more about herbicide control later, so I'm not going to steal any of their thunder, but I will make the point that you do need to read all of your labels. You need to make sure that you know all the limitations, carryover effects, any grazing restrictions that are present on these, just so that you're not setting yourself up to be in heartache later. Know what you're putting down and what the potential next effects are going to be. And the last one I'm going to talk about is tillage. It's very common. One of the biggest advantages to this is that really good seed-to-soil contact. Besides weeds and being outcompeted by existing stands, the seed-to-soil contact is going to be another thing that's going to really decrease, if you don't get good enough, decrease your chance of having a really successful pasture establishment. And so this one's really great for getting that up in order. And it's also going to destroy that current plant community. However, it doesn't destroy the seed bank, right? So there's still going to be seedlings that are going to come up after this, and you need to be aware of that. And additionally, this can be a great time to work in fertilizer or lime. So maybe you got a soil test done and you realize your soil is a little acidic. You can throw in some lime in there. However, I will tell you that whenever you're liming, you shouldn't expect it to start working until about 6 months after you apply the lime. And so doing this in enough time to make sure that you have your soil pH under control depending on what you're trying to plant. We're also going to see some disadvantages, and our big one is erosion. Usually if we're establishing a perennial forage, it's on land that already has some other marginal characteristics. Maybe it's got a lot of slopes, and so it's probably already prone to some of this erosion, and now we've completely tilled it up and destroyed that root community. However, if you get quick establishment, it shouldn't be an issue. Most of the time when we run into issues is when there's an unsuccessful establishment or a bunch of rain, and it just allows it to run off. The other thing that you need to think about is it is going to remove that organic matter layer that's going to be on the top of undisturbed soils, and so this is really good for keeping some of that light penetration off and preventing a lot of evaporation and drying out of the soil. So it is something that we need to think about, especially in drier areas. And so finally, we're going to briefly go through some seeding methods and some considerations and advantages and disadvantages of each of these. So first is the Brilliant seeder. It's a controlled broadcast with a cultipactor. We like this one because it does get better seed-to-soil contact than a broadcast. However, if we're looking for maximum seed-to-soil contact, your no-till drill or any other kind of drill is going to be your best for that. We like the no-till drill because it conserves soil and that soil moisture that I was talking about earlier with a disadvantage for tillage. Also, because you're usually pairing a no-till drill with not tilling, you're going to have less labor, fuel, and time involved in the establishment of your forages in general. And then also, because you're not broadcasting it, you don't need as much seed. So because you're maximizing that seed to soil contact and getting your seeds in the ground where they're supposed to be, you don't have to plant as high of a seeding rate. And then most NRCS offices have one that you guys can rent. I'm not going to tell you what it's going to cost or anything like that because it changes depending on where you are and all of those things, but it is available. So even if you don't have one personally, it might be still an option for you. And then the last one is broadcast. We like this one because it's easy and the equipment is usually cheaper than the other two options. And we just need to consider that we are going to have to bump up those seeding rates in order to make sure that we are going to have enough seed out there to establish properly. And so today, I just gave you guys a little bit of more information about when to establish, looking at the differences between when you establish cool and warm seasons, what we're going to establish and when. So thinking about why we might choose one forage type over the other and what those advantages and disadvantages are of those, and then how to calculate pure life seed and why that's important. We also went through different seed bed preparation methods, really highlighting the fact that our whole goal there is to minimize the amount of weed pressure that we're going to be seeing on and competition from our existing stands, and then some different methods that we can use to seed these. With that, we'll have our mini break where you guys can ask questions, comments, anything about pasture establishment.
Yeah, if there's any questions for Shelby right now, we can do that. Otherwise, we'll take a little
Nope, I have another one still.
Okay.
I just was doing them so that it's two very different things, so I didn't want them to have to, hold on to their questions the whole time. Yeah, not yet, sorry. Okay, if no questions, we'll keep rolling into grazing management. And like I said, there's those NEB guides in the back. Bruce is here. You can ask me. There's a lot of different things that we can help you with. Okay, so moving next into grazing management. So first we're going to talk about how we're going to manage those pastures, maybe either the pastures we established or ones we already have access to. Today I really want to talk about how much we want to graze whenever we're putting our cattle out. And then the two differences between extensive stocking and intensive stocking and why those matter and how, whenever we're making those management decisions, how that changes how we graze and what kind of utilization we're going to be getting off of our acres. So, how many of you have heard of the take half, leave half? Oh yeah, some hands. It's pretty popular. So, I don't know about you, but whenever I first was learning about take half, leave half, I thought it meant literally take half the height that was there. So, if there's 12 inches of forage out in the pasture, it means we need to take 6 of those inches. And as in fact, when I started really getting into grazing, I realized that's not in fact what that means. It means taking half of the forage mass that is present in that field. So maybe that's 8 inches out of that 12 inch is of the forage height. But the purpose of the take half, leave half is that we're taking half of that mass, and of the half that we are taking off the field, we're expecting 25% of it to be ingested by the animal, and then the other half we expect to be wasted either due to urine, defecation, maybe they're trampling it, things like that. And then the rest of that we want to leave in the field to allow for growth and regeneration of that forage material for our next grazing. And why we do take half, leave half is this concept of our roots down below. So whenever we take half, we actually don't hurt root growth whenever we get off the field. So the roots are the storage organs. That's where they're going to use to scavenge and grow and really get more nutrients in order to get more grass later. And so whenever we do 50%, we don't see those root systems be harmed. However, when we go below that, with 70%, we see that 50% of those roots are now going to atrophy, and so they're putting their nutrients that they had stored back into the plant so that it can generate solar panels and then start to rebuild its system, because the perennial's whole goal is to stay alive to eventually seed out, and so that's what it's going to do. And now if you remove 90% of this, so if you go down to like the last 2 inches of smooth brome, you're going to cause all of those roots to be affected. So now they're all going to atrophy. They're all going to try to give their nutrients up so that the above ground biomass can be regrown in order to start reestablishing those root systems. However, even though I said that this defoliation intensity is really important, it's not the whole story when it comes to if we're going to be able to successfully regraze something. So this, it's talking about a relative change in forage mass. So they had a paired one. So one plot would have been cut, and then the other one would have been left to just accumulate. And so this would be the level that would represent the uncut one, so what wasn't cut and allowed just to accumulate. And these down here with these dots representing what happens when we defoliate at different intensities. And so this relationship shows that while defoliation intensity is not actually affecting the change in our forage mass here, what we're actually seeing this change is with the time that we leave between the defoliation events. So if we defoliate and then we regraze that 10 days later, we're going to be negatively affecting the forage mass. So we're going to be losing plants, we're decreasing our populations. However, if we wait and graze it to 50 days, what we're going to see is that there's no change and it's actually the same as an ungrazed or uncut control. And so that's when we really get into these extensive versus intensive stocking systems, is how can we use that physiology of the plant to feed our cattle effectively without harming those resources that we need in order to continue our system. And so first we're going to start with extensive stocking systems. This would be more like a set and forget type of system. So a really common one for it would be continuous stocking or continuous grazing, if you've heard of it that way. This is when animals have unrestricted and uninterrupted access to a pasture. You can see here that my cows have access to the entire pasture with their water there. And the advantages to this is super easy. You just set them and then they're fine. And there's really a low infrastructure required, because really all you need, depending on how big your pasture is maybe one stock tank and then a perimeter fence. And so it's not a lot of work, and like we just talked about, fence is very expensive. Also, we're going to see our individual animal performance be maximized in this system whenever forage is not limiting. That's a big factor. And the reason this is because cattle are very selective. If you've ever watched cattle graze, they like to go to their favorite spots with their favorite grasses, and they like to keep revisiting those spots. And so this is great for them, but bad for that forage, because eventually what's going to happen is we're going to see that be grazed out of the system, and it's going to start changing. And what's going to happen is we're going to replace it likely with weeds or something that they don't want to graze, and so then we've reduced the productive acreage of our forages. And so then we're going to see that responding decrease in pasture productivity. So actually, this is a picture from a smooth brome grass pasture, and we can see that even though there's still some biomass that accumulated in the spring, these new growths are starting to come through with the cooler fall temperatures that we've been experiencing. And so the cows are actually still in this paddock, and so you can't tell in this picture specifically, but what I noticed when I was walking through it is that the cows are no longer grazing what was grown in the spring. They're going back and they're finding these new tender regrowth, and so that's not good for the smooth brome, because it's putting a lot of energy into growing these, and so because this is under the grazing height, it's actually going to help decrease the population of smooth brome and replace it with, you also can't tell because they're so small, Kentucky bluegrass is what's been a real problem in this system. And Kentucky bluegrass doesn't offer a lot of forage biomass, especially when you compare it to smooth brome, and so it becomes a problem because your carrying capacity is going to be less and less as these populations get replaced. And so this would be an example of a continuous stocking on a pasture. So here you can see that the cattle have grazed it all down, and when they stay here, and so then whenever summer rolls around and we've opened up the canopy here, look what popped up. All of our weeds that we don't really like. And so the cattle obviously don't like them either, because they're down here eating away at other stuff. And so this is when we get into intensive stocking and how we can use more intensive management in order to change how things look in the pasture. And so the whole goal of our intensive system is to change these two ratios. So we want, instead of maybe this 25%, we want to bump this number up to 30 or 40% by moving the cattle more often and giving those pastures more rest. And so by moving the cattle more often, they're also going to trample less and waste less because they have more restricted access. And so we want to make this number higher and this number lower. And one of the common ways to do that is through rotational stocking, which by definition uses 3 or more paddocks in a single grazing management unit, and then we rotate them around with the periods of rest and grazing corresponding with when they have the most and the least biomass. So if you watch these cattle just move around and follow, and then each of these paddocks is allowed different times to rest and return back to that period like I showed in that earlier graph. And so the advantages of this is we are allowing ourselves to increase our forage utilization. And we want this because then we're wasting less of it and we're getting more of it back into our animals. And so I don't know if you can tell, but here there actually would have been a fence, but I guess it's right there. And so they were here while this one was allowed to continue to grow and proliferate. And so this is allowing this pasture to have that critical rest that it needed in order to regenerate. And this together all increases our land productivity. The disadvantages of this is there is an increase in labor, mostly in putting in the system, right? And that's also very expensive because I like to say that because when you adapt them to the system, rotating doesn't become as big of a chore, especially if you plan it out in a way that allows you to do things very easily. So my personal graduate school research is not, it does cover some perennial systems, but I work a lot in annual systems, and we've set up a rotational system that looks just like this. And I swear my calves, anytime I go out to the field now, they flock to me because they know that whenever I show up, it means I'm putting them in a new pasture. And so they run to the gate and they know exactly where it is. And so you can it ends up not taking as much time as you would think it would.
They're addicted to range cubes. They will go anything.
There you go.
It's just crazy. It's like cocaine.
Yes, we bribe cows with food. That is the goal. No. That's not how my research works. I go out there every day. So it's actually funny because I have my favorite cow ever. We call her Bridget. She gets very angry at me when I don't move her. Like, she will holler at me from across my 100-acre field because she knows when I show up, that's what I'm supposed to do, even though I don't do it every time she sees me. But yeah, no, it's really funny because then I also have a perennial system comparing the annual and the perennial system, and the perennial cows, whenever I show up on foot, they run away from me. They're like, I don't know what you're doing, but probably it has to do with the chute, so I don't want to go. And so this would be something that we would want to utilize during the growing season when they're grazing. Whenever we get to a more dormant situation, so in the fall, after we've had our frost, or during the winter months, a really common method is strip stocking or strip grazing. So this is when we allocate animals to a smaller portion of a paddock of a larger paddock for relatively short times. And so this time, there's not as much infrastructure involved as because the only thing moving is this electric fence. So you put them out, and once they utilize this strip to the amount that you're satisfied with, you just go out and move another one just a little bit further. And you do that until you reach the end of it. And this can really increase the amount of carrying capacity that you're going to see. And so some positive effects that we see from this is a greater harvest efficiency. We're able to manipulate, again, that ratio. So we're seeing more of it being consumed by the animal and less of it being trampled and wasted. We can also see an increase in the gain per acre, and that comes from this increase we've seen in a greater carrying capacity because they're wasting less of it. And then we also, which can be a positive and a negative, we're going to see a decrease in forage selectivity because they don't have access to all of the pasture. And so instead of running around the whole pasture to find their candy, they're just going to eat their candy and their broccoli all at the same time. And then some negative effects that we see is we can see a decrease in individual animal performance. That goes back to, again, this decrease in selectivity because they do have to consume things that maybe aren't as high in nutritive value. And then an increase in labor in order to move those. And with, I know that's not an insignificant concern, but some of my data would suggest that it can pay for itself with the increase in carrying capacity. So. I guess that's it. Apparently, I had one more, but it didn't like it. Okay. All right, so now we'll take any questions.
That grazing system where you keep moving the fence.
Strip grazing? Yes.
Do the cattle keep coming back to the first to get the fresh stuff?
I have seen data where they did it in a actively growing scenario, so they could go get that stuff. But most of the time we do this in a dormant scenario, and it's most effective in a dormant scenario. And so while they still have access to all of this, by the time you allocate them a new strip, most of what's left there they don't want, and so they just go back to mostly drink water. Maybe they have a preferred loafing area. They're not really using those previous strips as a forage source.
First time I took a Stan Parsons course, he said his paddocks have been high.
So I've seen that a lot, and I really want to see a system and work in a system that does that, just because we do see, especially with our rotational system, a lot of time spent and heavy grazing in this area, and then I've had groups that just seriously won't go to the back, and so we've had to force them to do that, but I do see that. And so whenever you're creating these systems, that's also an important consideration, is having enough pressure within each of your rotations to make sure that it's getting grazed evenly. Otherwise, and it's more of a big deal in annual systems that I work in primarily, make sure you're getting all that uniform cut.
Another thing is we have a lot of people out in the sand hills that do the same thing, but they will do an intensive grazing on one paddock.
Mob grazing.
And then they won't go back to that until next year.
Yep, there's a lot of that in like deferred, but I think it also kind of depends. So like the sand hills would be like a little bit like less productive compared to our systems, and so I think this system works really well. But I've seen a lot of stuff and it looks really cool. All right.
And we've got Connor Biehler. So he's your extension beef system specialist. And I can't recite all the counties he covers in southeast Nebraska, but a lot of them. So we'll turn it over to Connor and we'll get going here.
All right. Can you hear me on this? Okay. So thank you for that introduction, John. Lift it. Okay. Yeah, but as John said, I'm the beef systems educator here in Lancaster County. Currently, I cover 15 counties in southeast Nebraska. So basically, everything south and east of Butler County. If you're in that area, feel free to give me a call about anything. And so today, whenever we were kind of having the planning meeting for this, trying to figure out what to talk about, we thought that doing something on pre-winter cow care would be appropriate for the time of year we're headed into. I know if you look at the forecast for the next week, you're probably not thinking about getting ready for winter a whole heck of a lot. But just wanted to a lot of this will be refreshment, things you probably already know, but just good things to think of as we head into the winter months. So this first graph right here, this is a cow's nutrient requirements throughout the year. The black line is crude protein, which is just a proxy for protein. And then the lighter color gray line is energy. And this graph comes out of the great state of Oklahoma, but it's really about a month off. So if you kind of want to take January off of the left end, tack it on the right end, that'd be a little more closer to a Nebraska type system. But so throughout this, we're right here getting ready for weaning. This is whenever her energy requirements are the lowest. She's going to dry up. She doesn't need the groceries that we thought that she needed, throughout that time where she was lactating. And then as we get back to the start of the year, through that last trimester of her pregnancy, her protein and energy requirements are going to ramp up. There's a lot of things prenatally happening, so something to think about with that cow's nutrition is that as she gets into that point in time, she's going to need a little bit more protein. And then once we get into April, May, late March, that point in time, that's whenever the grass is really going to green up. And once it greens up, that's going to have the most energy and minerals and protein at that point in time. And so that's really what we base our whole cow-calf cycle off of, is when her nutrient requirements are the highest, that's whenever we want her to be eating the best. And so that's whenever your forages are the best. So here's a picture I found on the internet of a cow. She looks cold, but for the sake of this, we're going to say she's warm. And what tells me she's warm is that she has that snow on her back. And basically my thought process behind that is I kind of think of a cow as a house in this instance. If snow comes and you drive down the street and you see a bunch of houses with snow on the roof, and there's one house where there's no snow on that roof, that means that that house is losing heat and it's not properly insulated. The same thing could be said for her. And so I put this picture in here just because, we can't go out, we can't keep them warm, so we need to do this by managing their nutrition properly and making sure that we do get the right groceries in them to keep them warm throughout those cold months. So when you're planning for the cold months, you want them to be at about a body condition score of 5 to 6 following weaning. Some of our friends out west, especially up in the mountains, they tend to lose a lot of weight heading into those cold months on those range cattle. So we want to make sure that they're in optimal conditions. And during those cold snaps like we love to have in Nebraska, where it gets 20 below for about 2 weeks, that'll definitely increase her requirements. And I'll go through some math of how that increases her requirements here in a little bit. And then also, now's a good time to think of a feeding program. Do you have a pasture that's 20 miles away from your house that you have to drive to? You probably don't want to be there every day. So can you set up a feeding program to where you don't need to be there as frequently, and you have the ability to go maybe every other day, a few times a week, once a week? And then also making sure you cull those open cows. If they're not making money for you, you don't want to keep them around and keep them on the feed bill. So just making sure that you get rid of those so they're not costing you money and eating into your profits. Kind of a rule of thumb is that for, this is a general one. I'll use some different numbers later. It's pretty close, but it kind of varies based on cover and condition and things. But for every 1 degree Fahrenheit below 30 degrees, a cow with a dry hair and hide coat is gonna, and she's in moderate condition, that's gonna increase her energy requirements by 1%. And so wind chill and wet conditions are definitely harsh. I was in Tennessee prior to living here, and some days I felt like 38 degrees there was colder than 22 degrees up in the sandhills, and that's just because of the humidity simply. But the cattle, whenever their hair gets wet and under windy conditions, they're not going to be able to produce the body heat that they need to in order to stay warm. So we use something called the lower critical temperature. I'll just refer to that as the LCT from this point on. So that's basically whenever that cow has to reach into that adipose tissue and start pulling from her fat stores in order to have the energy she needs to keep herself warm. And that's why we see a lot of cattle start losing weight in the wintertime if they're not managed properly nutritionally. And so a cow with a body condition score of about 4, that temperature is 27 degrees. If she's got a little bit more cover on her and she's at a 5, that's 19 degrees. But whenever that hide and hair coat gets wet, 53 degrees is really when she starts to lose that. And that's why, in those mornings you can kind of see some of that steam coming off of those animals. That's her emitting that heat out of her body. So we use that LCT, and then you use the wind chill index. And so if you subtract that wind chill index, that can adjust her requirements to the amount of energy that she needs. So she's in good condition. She's at a body condition score of 5. Her lower critical temperature is at 19 degrees. You have a wind chill of 10 degrees. There's a 9-degree difference there. So that is going to increase her energy needs by 9%. And so for a 1,200-pound cow, she needs 13 pounds of energy per day. And once you do the math on that, increase that by 9%, that pushes her up to 14.2 pounds of energy a day. I'm not saying that every day you need to do this, but if you just look out at the forecast and kind of see where it's headed and adjust properly, you can do this every 1 to 2 weeks and just make sure that you're not getting behind on those cattle so they're losing weight headed into calving. One thing that I think is very important is to test your roughages. I always joke that I'm going to get bumper stickers, signs, whatever I need to do that just say test your forages. I think the folks at Ward Labs would agree with that statement. But really, you can't just look at a forage and know what's there just by looking at it. Yeah, you can somewhat tell the quality of it by just a visual assessment of it. But without actually having a proper forage test where you know the energy and the protein, everything else is just kind of a guess as far as supplementing goes. So let's say she's getting 85% of her needs from that forage. You need to make up that 15% in a supplement to get her to 100% of what she needs. You don't want to be feeding 20, 25% because then you're just wasting your money. And, things are pretty tight right now in this industry, so we really want to make sure that we're not over-supplementing or under-supplementing and that we're just hitting that 100% as consistently as we possibly can. Another thing is meeting the proper nutrient requirements for weather, which I previously talked about. Avoid being stingy or hasty. So if you have a 5-foot bale and you're looking at it like this, the first 8 inches into that bale contains 1/3 of the forage that is in that bale. So whenever you don't put it up properly, you let it sit out in the field, something like that, what's going to go to waste first? That outer edge. So you want to make sure that you put it up properly, store it properly, and reduce waste as best you can. And another way I like to think about this is if Shelby and I are neighbors and I have a hay field and we're going to use all my equipment to mow it, rake it, bale it, put it up, I'm the laborer, and then we split the hay at the end and 50-50. And she gets half the hay and I get half the hay. I'm not going to be too happy if she doesn't want to pay me for that forage, right? Well, don't do that to yourself either. You can do everything the right way on the front end and then lose it all on the back end. And so think of it that way whenever you're doing it. You don't want to leave just 50% of that hay. Another way to think about it is you mow it all down, you only bale half of it, you do it the right way, you put that up and you feed it, and then you just leave the rest out there. You're basically doing the same thing whenever you don't properly take care of that. And then make sure you follow her requirements. I know a lot of cow-calf producers, especially on this side of the state, don't have a scale. So one thing I like to do, especially whenever I get questions on building rations, is I ask them their cull cow weights. Because if I ask them their cow weights, it's just kind of a guess, and they're not necessarily thinking about it. And I've actually kind of done some testing on people, like, what do you think your cows weigh? And then they'll say, 1,100. And then I say, okay, last time you sold cull cows, how much did they weigh? And they'll say 1,350, 1,400. Well, that's probably indicative of what the rest of your cow herd is. One thing to consider when using just whole grains as supplement is at 2 to 3 pounds per head per day, corn starts to decrease fiber digestion. So if your forage is 50% digestible and you start to feed upwards of 3-4 pounds of corn, you can, one, run into some founder issues, get some foot problems. and the other issues that come with that. But you're also not getting the full value out of that hay that you previously were whenever you were just feeding that. So non-starch feedstuffs are a good way to go. Distillers grains, if you have the availability, soy hulls, gluten, different things like that. Also, make sure that you have a sufficient mineral program. In the winter months, vitamin A is very vital and important to the cow herd. It not only helps with vision, but it's also good for their immune system and their hide. And during that point in time, if they're out grazing, the vitamin A is short in the forages. We see vitamin A at its peak during whenever the forages are the most lush at that point in time. And then also you can utilize liquid supplements to increase consumption of the digestibility and the forage as well. So make sure you compare all commodities by price whenever you're looking at buying. We have the feed cost calculator. I can get that to you if you would like me to, and that can kind of show you. But I generally do this by hand whenever I'm comparing multiple things. If I have gluten and distillers grains, and we'll say, I know this price isn't current. I'm sure everybody wishes they could get dried distillers for $180 right now. But say gluten is $150 per ton, and it's sitting at, we'll call it 15% crude protein. You're comparing apples to oranges when you just look at the cost. So what I do is I first figure it out on a price per pound. So you take the $180 per ton divided by the 2,000 pounds in that ton, you get 9 cents a pound. And then you take that 9 cents and multiply it by the crude protein or energy, whatever you're comparing. And so that gets you up to $2.88 per pound of protein. And once you do that to all the feedstuffs that you're looking at, you're then comparing apples to apples instead of apples to oranges.
What does 32% represent?
That's the crude protein in the dried distillers. Yes, sir. Yep. So some feeding programs, you really like to be around your cows. Don't want to be at home because you enjoy being outside. Maybe daily is a way that you can do it. Or maybe, it's calving season, you need to be there every day. That's something you can do. If you have a town job or pastures that are far away, maybe consider alternating days or 3 times a week or once weekly. And I believe if you look at the data, you don't see any differences in performance based on supplementation of cows. And you're also saving yourself in fuel. So think of what is your time worth, where and how can you cut your labor costs. And then also cows that aren't supplemented are going to be more selective. They're going to be going around looking for the better forages that are more like ice cream and less like broccoli. And so they're going to graze that stuff down pretty quickly. And then also making sure, whenever we reach a cold snap or if we have 34 and really rainy conditions, making sure that you're doing those calculations that I had shown earlier to make sure that you're meeting her needs at that point in time. So make sure you're matching the diet to the production cycle. Sort cows based on age and condition. My family raises Hereford cattle back home. We don't have very many. I consider us more kind of like a hobby farm. And we do it at our old dairy. And so what we do is if we have old thin cows that we kind of know the disposition of, we'll put them in with our heifers and we'll feed them in the lot together just because they both need a little bit more than our cows that are 3 to 6 years old in better condition. And so also another thing is we make sure before we set it up to where we had 2 pens, we just had one long H bunk that we would feed into. And rather than having 18 inches per head, we actually went to about 30 inches per head just to make sure everybody had room to get in there. Because those older cows can be bullies sometimes, and they'll push them into that trough, and you don't see them until the next morning. She's been laying on her back all night. She's bloated and expired by that point in time, and dead cow ain't worth a whole lot of money. So whenever they are in their first third of gestation, they don't require nearly as much. They are still lactating, but they're getting pretty close to weaning at that point in time. And then also protein is important for in utero development of that calf. The animal is growing so much in that last third of gestation that it's really important to make sure that they hit the ground running and get colostrum and are good to go. And then also your bulls can receive the same ration as your cows. Maybe just bump them up, feed them based on their appetite. But if they are an older bull, they're starting to get a little thin on you, supplement grain accordingly. I had a point I was going to come back to on this, but it's not coming back to me at this point in time. So we'll just move on to grazing corn stalks. Here in eastern Nebraska, corn stalks are a very important tool that we utilize here. So for every bushel of corn, there's 16 pounds of residue, but as Shelby alluded to earlier, the whole take half, leave half, there's 8 pounds of grazable dry matter per bushel. So you're going to lose some to defecation, trampling, weathering. It's going to end up in your fence rows, things like that. And so the leaf and husk are the two most nutrient-dense portions of that plant, and they make up about 40% of that residue. Your leaf is going to be a little higher in protein. Your husk is going to be higher in energy, but all in all, that diet at the start of the grazing season is going to be about 52 to 55% TDN and then about 5 to 5.5% protein. So you want to make sure you rotate those cows whenever 50% of that husk and leaf have been removed. If they're starting to eat the stalk and cob and you notice that, they've been out there too long and they need to be moved. Also, I know harvesters have gotten better due to precision agriculture here in recent history. So we don't see as much of that corn grain being spit out the back end of that combine. But if you have a field that leaves behind a lot of corn, don't just turn those cattle out because you could have issues with bloat. Cattle are smart. They're going to go for those ears that have the corn on them, and they're just going to eat that, and they're not smart enough to stop, so they're just going to keep going, and that can lead to some issues. So one thing you can do is that kind of strip grazing, or strip grazing that Shelby was showing, where you just give them a little bit more access over time. So forages, sorghum-related forages become toxic after frost. So the freezing breaks that cell membrane, and then the prussic acid comes out, and then it actually goes up into those new shoots. Cattle are going to want to eat those new shoots, so they'll eat that prussic acid, and it can be fatal. So that gas will disperse within 3 to 5 days. I get a lot of questions in the fall about this topic specifically. For safety reasons, I tell people a week, but it's generally dispersed in about 3 to 5 days. And on that topic, sorghum is going to be the worst. And then basically if you're ranking them, and then sorghum Sudan will be second, and then third will be Sudan grass. And then also freezing of forages such as oats, millet, Sudan grass, they can accumulate nitrates, and so those nitrates will build up, and then basically the animal isn't able to get oxygen because it enters the bloodstream, can't carry the oxygen, so then those animals end up dying. And then green chop or hay is going to be more dangerous than an actual standing forage. So just some kind of final remarks. Make sure you provide ample ice-free water. It's very important for a lot of metabolic systems in the body, so making sure that they have that to where they can get water whenever they need to. Also provide protection from the elements. We can do shelter belts, different kinds of windbreaks. I've seen people that have an old school bus, and they move that school bus wherever they need to put up a windbreak for their cattle. And then also consider bedding in muddy conditions. You don't want your calves standing belly deep in mud. That's going to affect them forever. It's going to affect their weaning weight, so they're not going to be as valuable to you whenever you take them to market. And then also properly manage confined cattle. Make sure that you clean those lots. That helps protect the foot and joint structure. You know, if it's a muddy lot and it is kind of a slow freeze, there's going to be variations out there, and I don't enjoy walking on it. I can't imagine living on that. So just making sure that those lots are cleaned and cattle have a nice flat surface to walk on. That'll protect their foot and joint structure. And then finally, back to the culling of the open cows. So one way that this was put to me by an old advisor of mine, he said, if you have a kid that comes and mows your lawn and you give him, we'll say $50 to mow your lawn, and he just comes to your front door, collects that $50, gets on his bike and goes home. After he does that for a while, you're not probably going to keep letting him do that unless he's a grandkid or something. But so, you know, you wouldn't continue to pay an inept worker. Why continue to allow your cows to work for you whenever they're not doing anything to where they're returning anything for you? But there are effective ways to manage your culls. You can utilize seasonal pricing. You're going to see the lowest market period, October through December, after they've been preg checked and declared open. And February through March, you're going to have a little bit higher, $3 to $4 a hundredweight. I think last week I saw down in Beatrice, cull cows, prime cull cows were selling for like $1.45 or something like that. So, you know, take care of those markets. And then there's different things you can do. A lot of people will take cows and put them on a grain ration for about 60 to 70 days, and that'll turn their yellow fat cap to a white color. So if they've been out grazing, that fat's going to be yellow. They'll turn that fat white in about 60 to 70 days, and they'll get more for that animal than it was based on. I haven't ran the economics on that, but about 10 years ago, that was a really good deal. And if we look at you know, the way the market has been, we're kind of in that same time point right now. And then also bunk-fed cattle have the best conversions as opposed to those that are fed out on pasture. And with that, I think I'm done, and I will take any questions.
Percentage of waste with ground alfalfa compared to unground, and nutrient conversion.
It's a good one. I don't know. I mean, yeah.
I know there's a lot more waste with rack-fed alfalfa compared to ground in a bunk. But just if you had any numbers on that thing.
I don't have any numbers off the top of my head. You know, if you can, I was at a feedlot in eastern Colorado a couple weeks ago, and they grind alfalfa, and what they do is they have a belt that carries that alfalfa up into the grinder, and they have a water hose in there, and he said their shrink was less than 5%, which I found hard to believe. So I don't think anything you could do would be that low. Do you have, Bruce, do you have any?
Well, it depends on how you rack it.
Range cubes versus crystal licks. I think there's scenarios where both are appropriate, but you're also going to pay for both, right? Range cubes are going to be more expensive. If you don't have the opportunity, or if you have rough pastures that, you know, or wooded pastures where they get out into the trees and they're hard to find, I think that, you know, a tub is a good way to go. Either way, I personally try to avoid both at home, and we just feed a commodity blend. But I think just comparing it on a price and then thinking about it from a labor perspective would be two good ways to look at that.
One of the things that I've been willing to pay a premium for.
Yeah, thank you. And another point I meant to add when I was talking about testing forages is we have probes at our office, and I'd be more than happy to come test your forages with you. We have the bags to ward, and I can ship them off for you. So anything I can do to help with forage testing, I'm more than happy to. I'll even send Shelby out.
Oh, perfect.
Thank you.
All right. Well, good afternoon, everybody. Good to be here with you today. So like Nathan said, I'm Sarah Browning. I'm the horticulture educator here for Lancaster County and also for Cass, York, Seward, and Odo. My whole career has been in horticulture, and I am a certified arborist. I work a lot with trees, so hopefully I'll be able to help answer some of your questions today. Before I get started, I was just curious, is there anything specific that you would like to talk about today related to windbreaks? Are there any specific problems that you're having that you'd like to go over?
How do you kill cedar trees?
Kill cedar trees. Okay. Okay. We're going to talk about tree selection here in a little bit. So, yeah, cedars, junipers are that double-edged sword. You know, they're one of our really tough trees, and unfortunately, our list of evergreens that grow well in windbreaks with few problems is getting really short. So cedars are still a good, reliable tree, and yet they can also be a very invasive tree. So we can, you know, they can really ruin pastures, you know, quite easily. So it's a pretty double-edged sword there. So, but to your question about how do you kill them, you know, if you cut them down, if you cut the stem down below where there's any green foliage, they don't have the ability to regrow from that. But you have to make sure that you get all of the green foliage off. Otherwise, you could do a stump treatment or you could do a Roundup injection or something along that line, but just cutting them down is usually the easiest way to go.
Tree saw in front of a bobcat.
Okay, there you go. Tree saw in the front of a bobcat.
From 6 this morning.
No kidding.
But is there a spray that, now the power companies have got a spray that they can take they're spraying on their power lines and they're killing the trees. Is there anything that we as farmers or producers can use that it will kill
Yeah,
the
so
tree?
there are some broadleaf herbicides that you could use on eastern red cedar. I think Garlon would be one. Garlon, Garlon. The active ingredient in that is triclopyr, which is, so it's Garlon, the brand name, Garlon. Basically, it's a broadleaf herbicide, and it will be effective against junipers.
Does that kill everything else in grass and stuff?
No, Garlon is selective, so it won't kill the grass. Okay?
But even though it's a broadleaf, it will
Yes.
work on a
Yes.
cedar.
Right. So you did, you know, good coverage in the tree, you know, spray it down really well, and it will kill the tree just standing.
When you say really well, do you have to drench them or can you just spray them? Or
Not just a little mist, you know, and go on to the next one. You do need to cover it well.
can you use it with diesel fuel or something to extend it?
That I would have to check the label to see if there is any mixture like that that's recommended. So
Or something?
I think surfactant is usually recommended to make the application more effective, but I'd have to check on the diesel fuel and see if that's recommended.
What did you say the component name?
The chemical active ingredient is triclopyr, Triclopyr.
Thank you.
Okay? So that would,
We use a 12-volt pump in a 50-gallon plastic container going into a gas-powered power washer all the back of a pickup.
okay.
We just drive through and you can get as high as you want to get with a 2200 PSI gas-powered washer. But to mix it, you need to pre-mix it in a drum, and then you can buy a DeWalt 20-volt portable pump that pumps into the away you go.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
you're using this product.
I haven't used this. I've used some other things for other purposes. But
And there,
you know, you can get to where you want with the spray.
yeah. And there would be other chemicals too that you could use. I just, off the top of my head, Garlon is a good one because it is selective, and triclopyr is a good, reliable broadleaf herbicide. So I think you would get a good kill rate with it. Okay.
Can you treat stumps with that too?
Can you treat stumps with Garlon? Well, yeah. I'd have to, again, double check the label to see if Garlon actually has a stump treatment on the label. But in a pasture situation where there are no desirable trees anywhere near, Tordon would be an option. I would not use Tordon anywhere near a windbreak, though. Okay, In that situation, if you need a stump treatment to kill, let's say you've got a bunch of weedy mulberries or other weedy trees that you want to get out of a windbreak. In that situation, I would use Roundup, concentrated Roundup as your stump treatment because it has very little soil residual and we see much less off-target plant damage than we see with Tordon. Tordon survives in the soil for at least a year, sometimes quite a bit longer. It's very soluble. It can move in the soil water. It can very easily move off site from where you applied it, and it can actually leach out of the roots of the stumps where you treated it and then move and damage trees. So I really, really strongly recommend that people in urban situations do not use Tordon because there's so much potential for off-plant damage, and don't use it around a windbreak, okay? Because unfortunately, I see people all the time who end up killing their trees by unintentional damage with Tordon. Okay. All right, well, let me show you what I've got for you, and we'll kind of spend a variety of time on some of these slides depending on what is really of interest to you. And I didn't know, at what level we would be coming into this, as far as your interest on various windbreak topics. But before I go very far, obviously we get a lot of benefits from windbreaks. You can see a whole list of them there. So there's a lot of things that windbreaks do for us. We actually have a really good series of publications on windbreaks that go into a great deal of depth on a lot of these different aspects of how windbreaks can function on a farm or an acreage. And if you go to that URL, extensionpubs.unl.edu, and then you type windbreak into the search box, it will pull all of these publications up for you, okay? The only one that is not available at that website is the one that I have given you, which is the one on windbreak design, okay? You can also, if you'd like, you can use that QR code and that will take you to extensionpubs.unl.edu too, okay? So we have a really good list of publications here for you to use as a reference, okay? So here are the topics that I thought we would talk about a little bit in our next few minutes. A little bit on windbreak design. Then we'll talk about some tree selection because I get a lot of questions on that. What are the trees I should be using in my windbreak? We'll look a little bit at windbreak assessment as far as looking at an older windbreak and trying to figure out what do you need to do now? How can the windbreak be rejuvenated, to perform its function? And then we'll look a little bit at pest management. But, we can vary our time on these topics, again, depending on really where your interests lie primarily, okay? So just a quick diagram here on windbreak design. I think one of the important considerations to think about with windbreaks, of course, is where to place it, so that you get the biggest benefit from the windbreak. But then also realizing, first of all, where is the snow going to be deposited from the windbreak? Because you don't want to have your snow, you're trying to protect your home, you don't want the snow to be deposited all right around your home and your driveway. That wasn't your purpose. And then also, where is the biggest wind protection going to be? So, looking at a little windbreak like this, windbreaks can be anywhere from 3 to 8 rows. I mean, you're not limited to the number of rows of plants you can have in a windbreak. You're probably more dictated by the amount of space you have. But the taller the windbreak, the farther the area of protection that there will be. But this is about the curve of where snow will be deposited in a windbreak. So you realize that most of the snow is going to be deposited over here. But the whole area, as far as how far to put the windbreak from your home or your barn or whatever it is you're protecting, you're going to need to leave 100 to 200 feet. So sometimes I see people putting windbreaks too close, again, to whatever it is they're trying to protect, and then they just end up creating problems for themselves. Okay. So I wanted to show you here a little bit, again, I think we tend to think of windbreaks as maybe 2 or 3 rows of evergreens, and that's what the windbreak is. You can design windbreaks, though, in different ways to do different things. And realizing, so that top picture up there, that's a fence, so a solid fence, and this one is 6 feet tall, will on the downwind side will provide protection from the wind for about 10 to 12 times the height. So at 6 feet, we're looking at 60 feet to 72 feet of protection for that 6-foot fence, okay? And then you can see again, the protected area on the windward side, or the windward side, where you'll have snow deposited or you'll have a little bit of a reduction in wind speed. You can see how that varies depending on how the windbreak is designed. And the one that I really wanted to point out to you here is this one on the bottom, where we have a little shrub row planted right here to catch the wind and to trip the snow, cause some snow deposition on the windward side of the windbreak. Then we have our main windbreak trees, okay? Then we have another smaller area of snow that's going to be deposited there. So the reason that I put this up here is just to maybe help you start thinking a little bit more out of the box about how windbreaks can be designed, and we can vary them to help them function in different ways, okay? Okay. So a lot of information here, but what I really wanted to point out to you primarily is that with a conifer windbreak or a multi-row windbreak, you know, we're going to get some pretty good reductions in wind speed at this 5H to 10H height of the windbreak. Okay, that's where primarily your protection is going to be. By the time we get out to, you know, a little farther, we're pretty much back up to whatever the normal wind speed was. And if, I don't know, if, John, were you going to put these presentations up or make them available to folks after the presentation? Okay, so you'll have this to refer to if there's anything here that you want to look at. Okay, so let's look at a couple of design problems. And this is probably nothing earth-shattering that you didn't realize before. But gaps in the windbreak can be a real problem. You know, you look down here at wind speeds. In a gap in a windbreak, we've got, you know, where we've got maybe 20 to 40 mile per hour winds. Over here, outside the windbreak, going through that gap, the wind can get really, you know, pretty high. You know, 100 miles per hour going through that gap. So, you know, that can be a real functional problem. It can also be a problem, again, with snow, because if you've got the wind moving through that gap, you're going to get big piles of snow, you know, deposited maybe where you didn't want it. So, you know, as windbreaks get older and you have trees die, it's important to keep replanting and try to make sure that you're keeping those gaps filled so that you don't end up having your windbreak not functioning the way you want it to. The other thing to think about is if you have to make how are you going to get equipment into the field? You know, you don't really want to leave gaps in the windbreak just to move equipment through, because you're going to end up in a bad situation like this. You're going to have to figure out how to, you know, make paths to go around the windbreak possibly so that it can function the best as possible. Okay. Tree spacing is another issue to think about. We're going to look at this windbreak design publication a little bit more here in just a second. The closer you space the trees initially, both an between row spacing and an in row spacing, the shorter the life of that windbreak will be. Okay, the more room you give the trees to grow, the longer term and the longer they will be able to live. Okay, but it's you know, we have to balance the benefits here. The closer the tree spacing initially, the faster you have full coverage and you have a full functioning windbreak. The farther you put the trees apart initially, the longer it will take for you to have that full windbreak effect. So we need to, you know, figure out what's the best spacing for you. You know, you drive around and look at a lot of windbreaks now where the trees were planted on a really pretty close spacing, 12 to 15 feet possibly, and you can see a lot of trees dying because they're just too crowded now. You know, and people think, well, I'm going to plant it close and then I'll come back and I'll take the trees out when they start to touch. But that never happens. You know, people don't go back and cut those trees out to give more space. They just let it grow, and then eventually, you know, the trees start to die off on their own. So that initial spacing is kind of an important consideration. Okay. Tree density then is also important. If you have less than 20% tree density, you know, your windbreak is not going to give you the protection that you want. If you have more than 70% density, that's also going to cause problems, because you're going to start to have snow that will actually be deposited in the windbreak that could start to cause branch breakage or tree death and things like that. So we're kind of looking for a sweet spot here where we have just the right amount of density to give the wind effects that we need, and yet again allow that windbreak to live for as long as possible. Okay.
Sorry, is that canopy density?
Yes, it is.
Right,
yes.
Aerial view, like.
I suppose you could figure it out that way. I guess, there are averages that we know from a forestry perspective that say a deciduous tree is going to give you about this level of density, and a shrub is going to give you about a certain level of density. So we can kind of come up with an estimate that way too. Okay. And then lack of diversity is a problem. And again, as I said earlier, our list of evergreens for windbreaks is getting to be very, very short. I was talking with a fellow just earlier this week, and he was wanting some suggestions on windbreak trees to replant. And he said, "I don't really care about diversity. I just want to, get trees in there." And I think all he wanted to plant was eastern red cedar. Well, the problem with that is, in 20, 30 years, we may have something that starts killing all the eastern red cedars. Although that's kind of hard to imagine. They're such a tough tree. But the thing that concerns me the most is, as we're seeing Scotch pines die from pine wilt, which you've probably had happening in your windbreaks for the last 10 or 15 years, most people are replanting with spruce. Okay, well, what if something happens to spruce? Then we're going to lose all those trees. So having a good diversity in a windbreak is really important. And we're going to look, as we look a little bit more at tree selection, on some other options aside from evergreens. We don't have to be tied in just to evergreens for a windbreak function. So we'll look a little bit more at that too. Okay. So tree selection. So when you're thinking about trees to select, obviously the dense conifers give us our highest level of density. So they give us our biggest wind protection. Okay. But our broadleaf trees, our deciduous trees, are going to be taller generally, and they will actually provide protection for a larger area downwind. Okay? So we can pair tall broadleaf or deciduous trees with a dense understory shrub, and if you think of the two together, they can provide a pretty high level of density and give us a good function in that windbreak. Plus, if we're willing to look at pairing taller deciduous trees and understory shrubs, we have a much, much wider list of plants to choose from than if we're just focused in on evergreens. Okay, so that's a really important consideration when we're looking at plant selection. Okay, so this windbreak design publication has a good list. If you look on page 3 of trees for windbreaks. Okay. So if you look at the conifers, we've got some spruces. We've got concolor fir. I would not recommend for a field windbreak, especially since we're having more frequent and more severe droughts in recent years. Concolor fir is a beautiful, wonderful tree. I really love it, but it's not as drought resistant as we need for windbreak function. So if you want a great evergreen to plant near your house where you can water it if we're in a drought, concolor fir would be a great choice, but not for a field where you can never water it because it's just not going to survive there. Okay. Eastern red cedar, obviously you guys are all familiar with that one. Some of the other pines, eastern white pine, again, would be one that I would consider more for a windbreak around the home. It's a beautiful tree. Again, it's not quite as drought resistant as some of our other trees. When they get older, they can start dropping some bigger limbs in storms, but it's a beautiful tree. Then we've got Norway spruce. We've got jack pine, which jack pine is not the most beautiful pine, but it's a pretty tough tree. It's not particularly susceptible to pine wilt. So that would be one to consider. Ponderosa pine, also very low susceptibility to pine wilt. So there are a few pines that we can still plant. Not to say that these pines don't have zero problems. They do have some needle problems that we see on them occasionally. Well, I shouldn't say occasionally. We see on them on a pretty common basis. But, looking at that list, you can see our evergreen list is pretty short. Okay? So, but look down at the broadleaf trees. There's a lot more trees that you can choose from there that would make a good component in a windbreak. So think about those. Now, I did cross off for you green ash because obviously emerald ash borer, you don't want to be planting any ashes anymore. Okay. But all of the rest of the trees in that list would be good options, and they would give you good height, to help provide that further distance of protection. Okay, and then consider underplanting those or planting. You could do it a couple of different ways. You could do a tree, a shrub, a tree, a shrub, a tree, a shrub on an in-row planting, or you could do a row of trees and then you could do a row of shrubs outside that. So, it could work either way. Okay, and so there's a whole list of shrubs that could work well in windbreaks too. And you guys are probably all aware, the NRDs are a great resource if you're needing a lot of trees. To get some smaller trees at a pretty reasonable price. Of course, you're going to have to put some work in to protect them from wildlife and to irrigate them. Irrigating a new windbreak to get it established is pretty critical. So let me just stop there and see what questions you have. Any specific questions on tree selection? Or getting the watering right is really hard. So realize, first of all, that for an established tree, 90% of the water-absorbing roots are in the top 2 feet of the soil. 50% of the water-absorbing roots are in the top foot. Okay, so if that top 2 feet of the soil is dry, then we're going to start to see effects in the trees, which we're seeing from the last 2 years of severe drought. We're seeing a lot of branch dieback, and in some cases just complete tree death. Okay, so the difficulty, though, is watering a windbreak, especially a large acreage or farm windbreak, is very, very hard. So that's why I would really steer you toward the most drought-tolerant trees that you can find for your planting. But for a new planting, watering is essential. It's unlikely you'll have much success if you're not able to water at all, especially when we have these regular droughts. So for new trees, we need to focus on watering about that top foot of the soil, but we don't. Some people think, well, I have to water like every day or every couple of days for trees, but you don't want to do that. You want to water deep, and you want to water infrequently, even for new plantings. So when you're watering, get water for a long time, get that water to soak down to, 12 inches or so, and then don't water again until that soil dries out, which may be a week and a half or 2 weeks. It just depends on what air temperature is, If we're in the 90s and with a brand new planting, you may have to water every week. If we're in the 80s, you may be able to get by with a couple irrigations a month. So it just kind of all depends on what air temperature is. Okay. So windbreak assessment. So for older windbreaks, that are, maybe you're losing some trees, maybe you've had some trees die from pine wilt, or you've had some trees that have just reached, their maturity, or you've had some storm damage or something like that. It may be time to go in and assess some of the trees and figure out which ones are still good, healthy trees that you should keep and which ones you should take out. So in that top picture, we have an evergreen here that's or an evergreen row that's kind of being overtaken by some taller deciduous trees on each side. And evergreens don't grow in the shade. If any branches that are shaded are going to die naturally, that's just a natural process. So in this particular situation, taking out that row of evergreens is probably the best idea because those trees are not going to perform well in that situation. We also have we've got an extra row here. The trees have gotten a little too crowded. But this could also be maybe where we've had some trees die. And obviously, if you have any dead trees, it probably would be a good idea to get those trees cut out of the windbreak. And then if you have some gaps that are left behind, some sizable gaps, then get those replanted. Okay.
Woodpecker's going to live then.
Yeah, well, that's true because we do want to leave some dead trees, because there are some trees, there are some birds that live in that dead wood. So it's not like it has to be pristine and, totally clear out all the dead. But if you have some parts of the windbreak that aren't functioning that you feel like you need to rejuvenate, then think about that. And then in the lower picture, or the lower image, you can just see where some new trees have gotten started and some shrubs and maybe a couple more rows of evergreens on this side, to keep that windbreak functioning for the future, as we know that those middle trees and the bigger trees in the middle won't last forever. So eventually we're going to need some replacements for those. And of course, I stand up here and talk about this, and I know this is a huge amount of work. I mean, this is tremendously labor intensive. Nothing is easy about doing all this work. You have to do some replanting and keep new trees going, or eventually, the windbreak will be gone and you won't have that wind protection anymore. Now, the other thing to think about, though, is that if you do have some trees that have just gotten started naturally, and maybe it's not the most wonderful species, maybe it's mulberries, or maybe it's elms, or whatever the birds have seeded into your windbreak. There's no reason that you can't take advantage of some of those trees and allow them to grow up and become a component of the windbreak. If there's other trees around them that have died, but the seeded trees are doing well, then take out the ones that are dead to give a little more sunlight for the newer trees that are coming up in the canopy, and let them take over and become part of the windbreak. There's no reason that you can't utilize those trees too. Okay. All right. So I just put in a couple of pests, maybe the biggest ones that we see that cause problems in windbreaks. And this is probably one of the biggest. You're probably all familiar with this. This is bagworms. Okay. Now, fortunately, we've had a couple of years, and I'm interested to hear your experience, where bagworm populations have been pretty low. Have you really seen much in your windbreaks the last couple years? Yeah. So that's the interesting thing about bagworms is populations rise and fall, and we seem to be in a low period right now. But if you're not familiar with bagworms, these, and I didn't put in here a picture of the caterpillar, but this is actually a moth, and the damaging stage is the immature, which is a caterpillar. They feed on many, many kinds of plants. I mean, we've seen them on soybeans, on roses, on all sorts of landscape trees. And as the larvae grow, they take whatever they're feeding on and they create these little bags to protect themselves from. And when they become mature, they attach the bag to the plant and then they pupate into the adult stage. But larval feeding on evergreens can cause a tremendous amount of damage, and evergreens don't have the ability to replace that foliage. So we can see really severe damage in windbreaks in years with high bagworm populations. And so this tree, obviously not in a windbreak, but you can see how badly that tree has been damaged by several years of infestation with bagworms feeding on it. Okay? Yeah.
Is there something you would use to control those? Is there a spray or a treatment? What would you recommend and when?
Yeah. So one of the best controls for bagworms is actually a biological. It's Dipel, D-I-P-E-L. Also sold, D-I-P-E-L.
Okay.
Also sold under the trade name Thuricide, T-H-U-R-I-C-I-D-E. So what this is it's actually a bacteria. And it's a bacteria that targets the larvae of moths and butterflies. And I'm recommending it because it's a very safe product for you to use, for one thing. I mean, this bacteria has no action against humans. It's very safe for wildlife and birds and a lot of other insects. But it's a very good control for bagworms. So bagworms generally start to hatch out around the first part of June. And when exactly they hatch it varies from year to year because they're a little weather dependent. So depending on when we start to warm up. But usually they start around early part of June. I usually tell people to wait until about mid-June because we want all the eggs to be hatched by the time you make this application. Then you can make just one application, a thorough coverage of the trees that are affected, and you can get a pretty good kill rate. Okay, so this is a liquid, you're gonna spray it on, and the sprayer you described before would be a great way to get up in those trees.
Bagworms start more in the lower branches, don't they? Or not?
Sometimes they can start in the top, they're pretty random. But
The coniferous type trees is where we'd be more likely to see them start. But what else did you say they will spread to?
Oh, I've seen them pretty heavily infest honey locust. I've seen them on maples. Rarely ever see them on oak. You've seen them on chokecherry, okay? Yeah. They can feed on just about anything, but they're not really very damaging on the deciduous plants because they're just leaf feeders. yeah, they're going to feed off the foliage, but the deciduous plants will put on a whole new crop of foliage the next year, so it's really not that big of a deal. But the evergreens don't have the ability to replace that foliage they lost. So unless you have a deciduous tree that is just, really heavily infested, I would kind of ignore it. Or if it's close to the windbreak and you want to just try to get all the bagworms killed as much as possible, then you can spray the deciduous trees too. But wait until those eggs have hatched, until a majority of them have hatched, and then make that one thorough application with the dipel or the thuricide, and you can get very good control. Okay?
So when you start, when the bags are still green, or what stage is that?
The caterpillars need to still be feeding. So if you sprayed at this stage, it's too late because they're not going to be exposed to the insecticide. So you have to go out there and look to see. And when they're feeding, you can see their heads are sticking out and they're moving around on the branches and they're eating on the foliage. And if they're still in that stage, then you can go ahead and make your application. Of course, as with most insects, they're easier to kill when they're young as compared to when they're near maturity. So instead of waiting until like maybe early July or into July to make that application, I would try to get it done in June when they're still fairly young. Okay, did you have a comment, Jenny?
Something that our district forester taught me when I first started extension, it's a really cool trick that helps me a lot. Pull some of the bags off of your tree, put them in a plastic Ziploc bag, put it on the south side of your house. When you start seeing the bag, the larvae coming out of there, that's when you start looking at your tree for the next week, 10 days or so. Because they're going to emerge faster in that Ziploc bag, and then you can start watching the tree.
Yeah, good idea.
That was really helpful for me.
Yeah, good idea. We have a newsletter that we publish for green industry professionals like lawn care companies and folks like that who manage landscapes called Hort Update, which is on the HLES website. We always put information in there about when bagworms are hatching, so you could always check that too if you wanted to see, from year to year. Okay, but these guys are one of the biggest problems. There are some other leaf feeders that we might see, but this is the one that causes the biggest issue. Then there are some needle diseases and tip blight diseases that we see in our pines. But the thing about these is these can all be controlled with fungicide applications. And honestly, these diseases are usually most severe on stressed trees. So if a tree is not as vigorous and healthy as we would like it to be from either it's got planting issues or maybe it's anything that would stress the tree could make it more susceptible to these needle diseases. And even in, sometimes you can go out and look at a windbreak and all the trees look good except for just a couple, and just a couple of them are susceptible to these diseases. So we don't really see these diseases like killing all the trees in a windbreak. It's usually just a few that are affected. But I just wanted to show you some quick pictures of this. This is diploidea blight, which is a tip blight. It infects the new growing shoots in the spring. And in years when it's really bad, it can continue to be active and it can move back into the branches and it can kill entire branches. But usually this causes trees just to be thin, not to have as full of a canopy as we would like them to be. This is Dothrostroma needle blight, which is a fungus that affects the needles. You can see here the little points at which the needles have been infected, those dark brown points, okay? This again will cause trees to be thin as you have early needle drop. Then here are a couple of needle diseases that we see. Cercospora is the one that we see most commonly in eastern red cedar, which can cause needle or leaf thinning. And then also Rhizosphaera needlecast, which you can see in that middle tree, which causes needle drop, okay? And again, if you felt like you had trees where you needed to do some control, there are fungicides, that can help you control that, okay? So, so I guess the first thing I'd want to make sure is exactly what disease that is. There are leaf blight. There aren't a lot of leaf blight diseases that we see on honeysuckle. There are some insects that can feed on the leaves, but there generally aren't a lot of leaf spot diseases or things like that on honeysuckle. There are some cankers that we see that can kill the twigs or can cause dead patches in the bark, which can lead to branch death, which could look like a needle disease. So we need to figure out, what the problem is first. Honeysuckle still can make a good component in a windbreak, but they are fairly fast growing and they can be susceptible to some of these cankers. So we have to watch out for that a little bit. Cankers are a difficult disease because there isn't a great way to control them. Again, there's no injectable fungicide or spray fungicide that's really effective. So it goes back more to managing the health of the vigor of the tree, so that the tree can prevent the cankers from spreading. So the other thing that I just threw in here that might be of interest to you are some of these viney weeds that we see in windbreaks, because they look messy. If they've been there for many, many years, the shading that they do in the trees can actually kill branches because the branches are so shaded. So this one happens to be burr cucumber. Burr cucumber is not the tallest. Wild cucumber is actually the one that can get the very tallest at about 25 feet or more. So it can really grow up a tree quite a long ways. The burr cucumber and wild cucumber are annuals, which means they're growing from seed every year. Okay, so they can be managed somewhat with some pre-emergence. If you apply pre-emergence under the trees in the areas where you're having problems with the infestation, then you can kill the seeds as they germinate in the spring. Okay, there's nothing you can spray on the tree to kill that vine right now that won't also kill the tree. Okay, so with the annuals, the pre-emergent or periodic scouting in the windbreak and hoeing out the new seedlings as they come up in the spring would be the best way to go about managing these guys. A little more difficult, honeyvine milkweed. Although honeyvine milkweed doesn't get as tall as wild cucumber and burr cucumber, it can still be kind of a nuisance in a windbreak. And there you would need to maybe do some selected spot sprays under the trees in the spring as the plants are starting to grow. Again, you could use something like the Garlon, with the triclopyr, just to kill those emerging shoots of the perennial so that you eventually kill off that root system. Okay. All right, so I think that's all I had for you. And here again is the QR code to that group of windbreak publications if you would like to check those out. So any questions I can answer for you? I know we've gone through this all really fast. Okay, well, thank you very much. And I hope these publications are helpful to you. Okay.
All right, so we've got now Kevin Knorr from Volitant. So they drone dealer, and I've seen Kevin talk. He has some pretty neat things about pasture management and even animal management with drones. So we'll take it away.
Yep, like John said, I'm Kevin Knorr. I'm with Volitant Technologies. We're out of actually Dunbar, Nebraska City area. We are a distributor of DJI drones, just to kind of be fair. The whole idea is that my hope is to not be a sales pitch up here, but rather more kind of educational on the idea of the technology that's available in the drone market. So with that, I kind of put together some slides that were specific to pasture management and the work that either we've done within pastures or that's available to the technology that's available in that arena. So I always like to start kind of with the evolution of where things have, let me shut that off. Where things have been. If you look at this, I'm a hay baler by, the last probably, 20, 30 years I've been putting up hay. And this wasn't when I first started, but back in the 1800s, you know, you look at the baler that was being used back then, and you see one gentleman putting the hay in, the other guys are packing it and tying it. It looks like there's a belt-driven machine that's got a plunger on it. And I only kind of go down this path because I had an old John Deere 14T baler that had a plunger on it, and I started thinking about how the balers evolved over the years, and they figured out they needed to push it into a chamber to push it all together. You know, they had some knives on it to cut it off as it goes in there, and then you know, then they decided they needed to tie the bales, and they wanted to be able to pull it behind a tractor. And you know, today we're pulling a square baler that puts out 110 bales per hour. No, yeah, per day. I think no. This is 110 bales an hour if you have a field that has the capacity to produce that. So the reason I bring this up is the drones are doing the same thing. So when we first started in drones, you know, this is a video of one of the first drones we had. We're spraying alfalfa, weevils on alfalfa, and you can just kind of see it's spraying out of T-jet tips, and you know, essentially it's a tank on a drone and a sprayer attached to it. So it did quite a bit for us. There's still a lot of technology there, but as the technology grew, this was 2019, by the way, so it's a very short time, but as the technology grew, see if I can get to the next one here. This is this year's technology, and I only give this out to put this out there just to kind of show, you know, what the drone looks like from the side. But with this particular drone, you can see it's only coming out of 2 nozzles in the back. They call them centrifugal nozzles, and the whole idea of those is that they can literally change the droplet size coming out of that drone on the fly. I mean, you can sit there on the controller and switch what it's going to do. The previous one, T-jet nozzles, T-jet tips. You know, most people, farmers and spray applicators are familiar with those. You changed that nozzle before you went out, and that's what you got. This is kind of the front view of that same drone. He's a little bit high. This pilot's flying a little bit more cautiously than he should. That's probably a fairly large droplet size. By the way, that drone has the capability of going between 50 and 500 microns. So it's quite a big range of droplet size. I don't know if you saw it when it ended, but you noticed the drone saw the power line. But that's another technology deal that the idea is that they're able to see the obstacles out in front of them and kind of try to avoid them. That drone, yeah, that's a T40. So it's okay. We actually repaired a lot of those that hit power lines. So it is still technology. That's the deal, is you can't fully depend on the technology. Now, I heard a lot of talk in here over the last few hours about trees, different trees that would be in your tree line, maybe trees that are in your pasture. In this particular pasture, it's an 80-acre pasture. We started this back in 2022. Actually, it was started probably 2 years before that. It was my wife and I and some friends that were clearing the pasture. These are all piles of cedar trees back here. But we were able to clear just this section and then this section here just with weed eaters with blades on them. I mean, it was work. I'm telling you, it was. And finally, the ones that were back here were growing faster than we could keep up with and cut the ones on the other side. So we we worked through NRCS. They basically have a program that'll help you clear those trees. So that's what this is. This is basically the trees and the piles that after we brought a bobcat with a blade on it, and they cleared and piled those. The reason I brought this slide in here is after the fact, in 2022, we went in with a T40 and sprayed it. T40 was the first drone that came out with real obstacle bypass. That's where basically the drone sees what's out in front of it. It's looking at those obstacles and trying to figure out its own way around it. So in the past, we could always map out the borders of the field, map out obstacles, but if we didn't get them spot on, what would happen is the drone would get up to that obstacle, it would stop, and it'd wait for you to tell it what to do. Now the technology is there for the drones to be able to figure out its own way around it. And let me just point out, let me take the next slide, point out a couple of things here on this map. This is what we call an after applied map. So it's where the flight path that the drone flew when it was spraying. Like here's a tree pile here. This drone its path was supposed to go straight across there. It saw that tree pile and went around it all on its own. This was that fall, I was out there spraying, and I'm watching and typically you would have to tell the drone, okay, go up and go over it or go around it. That fall, I just kind of let it go because I saw that it was doing it before I did anything. And then by the time it got to that was out here, not much there, but by the time it got over here, I was just letting it do its thing. Now I'm cheating a little bit here, but this is a video of the drone doing it. What I mean by I'm cheating it a little bit is this was the spring of 2023 when we went back out with the T40 and the right people to film the drone doing what it was doing. But you can see the tree piles very close together. Watch as the drone goes. It slows down a little bit. It ascends. Now it's coming back down to its the height we'd set it at. It's going to see that one, slows down a little bit. Okay, now it's going to turn itself around. It's finding its way around with the trees at the end. And watch as it comes back around. It's going to turn towards that pile. And it goes up again to get over, gives itself some more altitude, goes up, and it just keeps on going. Just, on its grid, keeps on keeping on. So we're pretty impressed with what it's done. T40, their newer drone, out this year, has another radar on it, another set of binocular vision, which is the whole idea of being able to do obstacle bypass. It's doing a great job. And not crashing near as much. So, because let's just face it, it's still technology. It's still got to see it. It's still got to see this little branch that's sticking up out here out of nowhere and figure out, oh, I can't run into that because my props aren't going to do very well against that. But so just to give you an idea, so we sprayed that in May of 2023, and shortly after that, this is what we got for a kill out there. And you can see this is a cleared pasture. They cleared all the brush off of the cedar trees, and then this is what's going to come, right? That's what you're going to see. So took the drone out, and you can see the drone just flew its grid, and at some point, the weeds, they're coming all around the piles. And trust me, we were out there with four-wheelers and side-by-sides, and it's like, how many circles can you go around a pile before you forget where you were? You know what I mean? And did you get that one or not? The drone doesn't care. It just keeps on its grid and goes through its flight path. But you can see, we got a kill on that, those thistles that are there. So this is what that pasture looked like this last spring, 2024. So I really feel like we're in pretty good shape there. We actually sprayed it again after that. Here's to the 2024 flights that we did. So we went back out, you got to keep after it. But I bring this slide in to show you. So this was the whole pasture. It's down by Burr. By the way, I didn't mention that. We are down southeast Nebraska. We're down, our actual address is Dunbar. But we call home Nebraska City. So just anyhow, there you go. So this area right here, it was heavily treed, it was part of the project, but we just couldn't get in there. And I kind of wanted to leave a few trees. At the end of the day, I still like to deer hunt. I like the wildlife. I didn't want to take everything out of there. So, but you can't get a drone back there. So it was all spray by hand, and we did what we could. We tried to keep up. We actually sprayed this. I think this particular flight log is incomplete. We had it in the border. We just didn't get it. Didn't show for this screenshot.
How many
but
acres is this?
it's an 80 It's an 80-acre section, yeah. So if you go back through here, this is there's a pond right there. This is a deep trench that kind of goes back in through there. Starts at the pond and goes back that way. We didn't really want to get too deep into that. But this is what comes if we tried to do it by hand and we were back in there. I mean, this is this spring, and we had a wet spring. I went out there with the Polaris and the side-by-side, and I was out there spraying, and this is what I found, So it is a mess. I mean, after you clear trees and all of that top cover is gone now, and everything that's been sitting there for the last 40 years, that's what's coming back. So, and we did get it sprayed. Cattle are out there now. Once again, kind of that's what it looks like. On the outer edges, this is after a spray. You can see we honestly, the guy that I had spray it dinged it a little bit. Somebody asked the question, what do you spray? We use this is where I think we erred, but we used a triclopyr and a Grazing mix, which was, I think, a little bit too heavy. I think we got it a little bit, because that's why you see a little bit of yellow there. What I did show here is, once again, the drone doesn't care. It's flying over that pile, and it's killing everything next to it. So you can't see it, but down underneath the trees, there's some more of the thistle that we couldn't get to with the drone. But anyhow, just kind of give you an idea what you can do with a drone. When we go out, this is what our setup looks like. You've probably seen, folks in the room have probably seen drones and drone outfits out there. They got these great big trailers, double deckers and all of that. You don't need all of that. I mean, at the end of the day, you just need a big tank, a reservoir. You need the ability to mix. You got to have a generator. And, we like a long hose that we can get away from the vehicle, because it is an obstacle in itself. So, with that, I mean, bottom line is the spray drone has been, kind of a godsend for all that we're doing when it comes to, just basic pasture spraying. I'm gonna do a little bit about mapping with the drone. There have been a few questions in here and some discussion about insects and whatnot. The neat thing about the drone is that, you're taking a tank up above the top of that tree, and you can literally make the drone spin on top of it. So we've got, this one only has 2 nozzles on it. The other one, the bigger one, has 4 if you buy it that way. And I guess all I'm getting at with that, 4 nozzles, 500 micron droplet size, spinning over the top of a tree that's got either bagworms or what's the one, Japanese beetles, big deal right now. So it'll pretty much take them out. So, and the cedar trees too. Now, I'm not going to say cedar trees that this is a cedar tree killer, but I think it's a great start, and I think it's an option for us going forward. So let's talk a little bit about mapping drones. So in this pasture, this is actually where our kind of our headquarters is. But in this pasture right here, we mapped it. So let me go back. We used actually an M3M to map it. An M3M is a multispectral drone. So the whole idea is that it's going to look for crop health. Now we don't care about crop health when we're mapping for a pasture, because really all we're looking for is this basically a map that is stitched, that's multiple photos stitched together that can be used to create a flight route. So in this case scenario here, what we're trying to do is we want to be able to spray this area right here. And we want to spray some of the trees, but not all of the trees. So what we did is we said to the program, go show us where all the crowns of the trees are. And that's what this represents, where the crowns of the trees are. And then this area right here, we actually went in and refined it a little bit. We said, hey, no, you were off on that crown placement. It's not where you said it was. It's actually, so we moved them. We just zoomed in and we moved them. And then we've said, okay, I guess I threw these slides in here just to show you kind of what the 3D image of that field looked like after we had created it. And then I thought I had one more slide, maybe not. Can't get it to go. there. And then what this represents is if we told it to send the drone out and fly it to spray it, this is what it would do. It'd start right here, it would end over here, and everywhere it's white, the drone is turned off. It's not spraying. Everywhere it's green, it is spraying. So you can see right here spray, right there spray. It flew over here. It actually started spraying and then stopped, after it turned the corner. So there must have been more than one tree there. And like I said, just a great way to go out and what we call spot spray. This is actually some work that when I left this morning, the crew was going to go out and do. They were getting ready to go spray this field. So I don't have any pictures of what its outcome was. So, and I'm going to get you guys back on schedule here because I talk fast, and I actually, while we were sitting over there, I was modifying some of my slides. I'm throwing this in here because I know there was some discussion about cattle, and a few of you that have cattle. Just to say, we sell an M3T. Which is a Mavic 3T, which is thermal. Essentially, you could use that same. It doesn't matter what you map with, as long as you can get this RGB. It's what we see right here. What a normal picture looks like. You can map with that, and then. But at the end of the day, this particular drone has a thermal sensor on it too, so it has the ability to see heat. Right, heat. The drone that thermal doesn't care if it's day or night. So this is a daytime photo, right? And if I could set this up just a little bit, so we have a small cattle herd, and a cow had we had them out on corn stalks, and we missed it. We weren't paying close enough attention. Cow ends up calving out in the cornfield. We usually like to have the cows pretty close when they calve. So we had brought it back to where we had the mamas and their babies, and at some point my wife goes back out there and can't find a calf. The calf is missing, right? And so you can't see it. There is an electric fence that runs through here, and that usually keeps them in. Well, the cows definitely stay in, but the calves, they don't care about electric fences. So anyhow, she goes out, and I have to tell the whole story, but she goes out, and she's got her Polaris, and we actually had a hired hand out there that day. He's a drone pilot that we wanted to keep employed all winter long, so we brought him in to help calve. And a long story, it's just a small little scrappy dude. He's a fighter. You'll see it here in just a little bit. But at the end of the day, my wife and him were walking up the creek. They were headed this way, and up the creek. If you just keep pushing up the creek, you're eventually going to hit the highway, right? Highway 2. And one of our first experiences with trying to find a calf that was missing was we actually pushed it out onto the highway, and obviously you probably have an idea how that went. So, but in this case, I said, hey, stop, don't go any further. I'm taking the thermal out, I'll find that calf. And in this picture, I found the calf. It's right here. See it? It's thermal, right? So this thermal, that's the calf laying there. And I called them in, I walked them to it. They walk over, they find the calf. Oops, wrong way. They find the calf. Here, you can barely see it. Where's it at? It's right there. It's right there. So naked eye, you can barely see it. Thermal, it sticks out like a light bulb, right? So next thing, here he is. This is video. This is my wife. She's like, don't hurt it. He's like, I'm going to get it back up there to its mama and watch what, you can see it. That calf is fighting him the whole way. And this little scrapper of a dude's got a hold. He's not letting go. He's going to beat that calf. Now, you can't tell, but he's going up a fairly steep hill. That's an old oxbow where he's going to drop that calf, and all the other mamas are coming in. So anyhow, there you go, under the fence and back to mom. So this is, and now they're like, hey, is it your calf? No, it's my calf. Get it, So we'll show you the same thing. That's the other cool thing, is that the technology basically it records both images, both at the same time. So it's recording what you and I want to see, and it's recording the thermal at the same time. So here he is again, fighting that calf. I can see him leaning back here, you know, so he's getting after it. And that was 2 years ago, actually, so pretty good little deal. But yeah, mama's coming over. And if you look at these cows, like you said, this is daytime, so it doesn't care day or night. That's what you're seeing. And then if, let's keep on moving on. This is this last calving season, and I just can't quite see it as good as I'd like to. But this is that same area where we kind of keep calves to once they've had their cows and their calves. And usually I would never, we'd be able to catch it. We had a cow and we basically had her in with the other cows. You can see cow and a calf. Sometimes you can't tell what it is. Like these are, anybody have an idea what those are? These little white dots? Cow pot. Yeah, so just to set this up a little bit, and this slide shows way more than, let's go one more. See if I can get a little closer. Back up. This slide shows way more than, it shows all of it, all of what I want to show here. So here we have a creek. It's not really a creek, it's just like a little ditch. And so that's all ditch, and basically what had happened, 6:30, dark, we must have come home from supper or something. He said, I'm going out to check cows. Took the drone out, flew out, and when I first got it, when I first saw it, this cow had a calf right there. And it was a cow that we knew that it wasn't supposed to be there. And I'm watching as this cow is working with this calf, and the calf falls down in this little creek, this little ditch. And no big deal, it's not that big. And I said, hey, we probably better go out there. Lori goes out, and as she gets to the cow and the calf gets back up, and it's already back up to mama. No big deal, right? But let's look what else we can see in this video. Notice I can see all the trees, right? They're coming up, they're holding heat from the day, and it's February, right? So they're holding the heat from the day. So I can see where all of those trees are when I'm flying at night. And this is 6:30 p.m., so it's dark out. And look what else I can see. I can see all the power lines. Power lines are cold. You can see them, you know, so they're coming up as black because white is hot. Anyhow, what else do you see there? What else do you see? Any cattlemen? Who's the cattleman? Here we are. She's eating her afterbirth. What else? There's something else pretty important for a cattleman. He's got twins. There's a calf here and a calf here. Yeah. So, of course, now, because the decision was, what do we do? Okay, do we go get that calf and bring them in, cow and calf, and do we bring it in, or what do we do? And I'm just thinking, at this point, when I went back out, we can't. We've got to go get those two animals. We got to get them, two of them there. Chances are there's going to be one laying in that, you know, ditch in the morning because it's cold. There's just a little bit of water down in there. You know, I just didn't want to take that chance. So, yeah, we went and got them out of there. Hopefully saved a calf, right? So that's the whole idea. But now you can see that a little bit better. There's the head of the one, and the other one's drinking. So that's kind of a cool deal. Anyhow, this is, remember I said earlier, they take two pictures all at the same time. So it took its normal RGB picture, but it's dark. And you can't see it with the lighting in the room today, but you can see, in the picture, you can see the creek out there. I'm just saying, that's how dark it is. Now, the other thing that we're doing now, and U.S. doesn't have this technology yet. Well, they have it, but not the way Norway does. Norway has a light that now fits on these drones that, yeah, okay, so I go out there, I see what, let me go back a couple slides here. I see that, I go out and I'm looking around, and if I look at this cow right there, has that got a calf next to it? I don't know. So what I did, what we have to do is we've got to go out and look at that one. But if I've got a drone with a light on it, because it's got thermal on it, I can get fairly close, but if I have a drone with a light on it that will illuminate through the kind of the mist and the night, if you will, because you can turn a light on, but if it's not pointed correctly, if it doesn't have enough lumens, you're not gonna be able to see anything. But the light we have on that one over there, it's a 7,000 lumen light. I could sit up there, I can say, hey, I think I might have something here. And rather than go out and check it and find out that it's cow pie, I can see that it's just a cow laying next to where it left its lunch. So anyhow, kind of a cool deal. But anyhow, there you go. Like I said, it was dark. There's the light. So kind of a interesting other piece of it. This is what I say technology. This little sensor right there sits next to the camera, and as the camera goes up and down, this light goes up and down with it. It kind of shows where the light, the camera's facing. It's trying to put its light right on it. So anyhow, that's pretty much it. I'm open for questions. I bring this slide in just to say that when we started, we were in our shop. At this point, we're building a new building and trying to, we'll do training and events and stuff like that in there. So just kind of an idea of what's coming in late this year, actually. We're hoping. Yes, sir.
Have you used drones for any type of spot spraying in pastures? Patch of thistles here, something else there?
Yep. Yep, a couple of things on that. Absolutely, we have. The spot spraying is a big deal. They used to think drones, they were just spot spraying. For the most part, you can do the whole field. You saw the grid, right? It used to be, and because I like to talk about where technology was and where we are today, it used to be you would have to go out and either do it manually, what we call manual plus. The drone then can be, we can lock the altitude, the speed, and the spray width, or excuse me, the spray volume, and then we can go out and just find our stuff and it's hit, forward, backward, and it'll spray. Today, you can basically, if you know where those spots are, you've already mapped them out, you can set up multiple spots and it just goes out and finds each one and sprays those. So kind of a neat deal. There's a few other maybe techniques that you can use to spot spray, but that's kind of the big one today is going out and doing multiple small little areas out in the field. So, yes, sir.
Are you familiar with a group called Pinpoint?
Yeah, I know them. Yeah, yeah.
They came out, we sprayed 480 acres of pastures and only used, actually had to spray 137 acres. Compared to an airplane or ground rig, which couldn't do it because he was able to spot spray and put it in the areas where we needed.
Right.
I was just absolutely flabbergasted with what a good job they did and the capability of it.
Yeah.
And then we sprayed all fence lines to clean them up.
Very good.
I think they had a T40.
Yeah, they
And they had a little one too for the spot spray.
Yeah.
Just one push in there for shoe back.
John Bebout, yeah, they're customers. So I mean, I guess the thing that you bring up is, and I alluded to it, but I do believe that as we were sitting over here and the other lady brought up what chemical you should use or could potentially use, I went and looked up the chemical label and to make sure it was rated for aerial application, and it is. So I guess one of the things that the chemical, like it said, aerial application, you can't use it on an airplane, but you can do a helicopter. They don't mention a drone, right? Well, if you go to you've got to kind of read through that, work with the Department of Ag, and they'll kind of help you through whether or not you can do that. I guess where I'm trying to go is those labels do not yet kind of accommodate for the rotor wash that you get from a drone. And I mean, it helps cover all the growing surfaces of that plant, and you can use yet less chemical. It's really kind of where I was going. I really feel that way.
It's savings, even though it's more per acre. It's a savings over the owner because you're not spraying places you don't need to spray.
Right, exactly, perfect.
And the efficiency of it, I mean, you only hold, I think, about 8.5 gallons of spray, but one of them's putting battery packs in, the other's pouring spray, and
Yeah. Somebody asked the question, what's the spray time or whatever on that? The drones are, I mean, they are completely designed to empty, the battery is designed to empty the tank. That's all they want to do. They don't want to go out there and fly and take pictures and do all of that. It's empty the tank. So 8 minutes is what it takes to empty the tank at 2 gallons an acre or whatever it is. And then it takes another 8 minutes to charge the battery. So kind of, it's just a cycle. You said it. Any other questions? Well, hey, thanks for the time. I appreciate it. I'm glad you guys all stuck around and listened to my spiel. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Yeah, thanks again.
That's an impressive building, by the way, also.
Oh, thank you. Well, it's got dual purpose. If you.
Is that a residence and a business?
No. It's just it's a business only. But well, like I said earlier, we do plan to host events. So we train and.
Don't lie to me. You know damn good and well you've got a party room.
That's part of it. It will be. I'm just saying, we do training, and we will host events there. Host events. We're on the old highway between Dunbar and Nebraska City there, so about 2.5 miles east of Dunbar. Yes, sir.
Well, we'll know where to come to the party.
Yeah, there you go. Just watch for it. I'm sure our marketing people will advertise it. So, thanks again for the time. Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you guys, and I know it's getting late on Friday afternoon, but I am, as he said, I'm Kathy Anderson. I'm a horse specialist. I kind of do a combination of teaching and extension work. And how many of you guys are horse owners, have pastures? A few of you maybe, okay. I'm one of those also. So I live out south of Hickman, kind of between Hickman and Firth on an acreage. And so I live this pretty much all the time. I'm kind of fortunate at the moment because my personal horse numbers are down. So my pasture management is really easy. But anyway, so I thought we'd start off talking a little bit, I don't want to bore you too much, a little bit about what a horse really needs. Because some of us always try to usually you're going to end up with too many horses on too little of a space, okay? And so you got to think about what they really need, what they really want to eat or need to eat. And here we go. Let me get it. So total thing that a horse should eat is about 2.5, or they can consume about 2.5% of their body weight. Some, and I'll show you, that can be all forages, all hay, all pasture. Some you're going to have to split it up depending on what you're going to use them. So if you think of our 1,000-pound horse, that's about 20 to 25 pounds of total feed in a day. When we look at kind of how much forage they really have to keep their digestive system happy, okay, they need a minimum of about let me back up. They need a minimum of about 1 to 1.5% of their body weight. So that 1,000-pound horse is about 10 to 15 pounds. I like the 1,000-pound horse because he's easy to think about, and it's kind of an average stock horse size, okay? So it's easy to, I'm not a math person, so it's an easy way to think about it, okay? But they got to have that roughage to function, okay? So here's a table that goes through the different requirements for those horses. And what I'll show you is there are a number of our horses that can live on pasture alone. The main thing we have to do is also supplement them with some salt, okay, to keep everything correct. But like our maintenance horses, there's one that they're growing up, they're not doing much. They can live on a good pasture alone. Our horses that are just working at a real light amount, not super strenuous, they can live on pasture alone. The ones that aren't here are your brood mares in early gestation, probably the first 2/3 of gestation. They can live on pasture alone as long as it's a good quality kind of pasture. When they get to doing more in different stages, then you probably have to start giving them a little bit extra grain, and some of it's going to depend also on the time of the year. Because we know here, wintertime, pasture's not going to do it because of the winter that we go through. But the lactating mare, she's just like the heavy working horse. They need a lot of groceries to keep their weight on and for milk production, all those different kinds of things. So if you see she up here says that she needs up about 3% of her body weight, that gets into gut fill. They can't hardly eat that much in forages. So usually those kind of mares are going to maybe need some supplemental grain. To me, they're a little bit of a question mark because you'll see a lot of brood mares out there on a really nice pasture, and they're doing just fine. So to me, those you got to kind of watch because we like our mares, our babies, to be on a pasture as much as we can because they're going to grow up the best. If the mare stays fat, if she's in a high condition score, if the baby's doing fine, you probably don't need to supplement them. Getting about this time of year when things start to dry up, We tend to start weaning, but also you might need to supplement them some. Late lactation, same kind of thing. Our working horses, they are going to use a lot of calories to do their jobs. Our late working horses, our moderate working horses, our intense working horses, they're not going to be able to get enough calories in them from pasture alone to stay fit to do the job that you're asking them to do. Growing horses also, they need a variety of other different nutrients, and so you'll do a better job of helping those young horses grow up good if you also supplement them from some good kind of supplements, some grain and those kinds of things. So who's going to need a little bit of grain? Pretty much just those horses that are in high production stages, you know, race horses, your brood mares and those kinds of things. Everybody doesn't need grain, depending on how much pasture and the quality of the pasture is that you have. If they can live on a diet of that's just the forage, most of our everyday riding horses, if it's not really hard, the maintenance horses, those, they can probably get along with pasture alone. You just have to make sure you keep some salt out there. It can be a salt block, it can be loose salt, but they need that salt because if they sweat and that's one mineral that they're going to need as they go along. So a little bit of why we have to do this is to understand some really just simple things with a horse's digestive system. And we've got to keep their digestive system happy, then they're not going to colic, then they're going to be just fine for you, okay? So horses are really what we call a non-ruminant herbivore. They're a hindgut fermenter, so they're flipped from a cow. So in the foregut, okay, what we call here the stomach and the small intestines, that's where all the digestion of your soluble carbohydrates are, your grains, your cereals and stuff, and things don't stay there very long. We call the hindgut back here with the colon, the cecum, the rectum, and that's where most of your roughage is going to be broken down, and things go through there relatively slowly. So we need to keep them with something in their system all the time because the stomach and small intestine, if they're empty, they're going to build up with gas, and you're going to have some gaseous colic kinds of things. The nice thing with horses on pasture, they're going to be grazing all the time, and those kinds of things really aren't going to happen very much. So horses by nature really thrive on a high fiber diet. You know, it's really what they need. When we look at rations, we look to see what kind of fiber or what kind of forage they're going to have all the time, then worry about if they need grain and what that grain might be, okay? So in the foregut, it goes through relatively fast, okay? That's the important thing to know. When we have horses that aren't living 24/7 on pasture, on the average, you try to feed them on about a 12-hour interval, knowing that things go through pretty fast. We don't want things to sit empty, and so the ideal system is, you know, you feed them at 6 and 6. Is that reality? Probably not. But if you're close to that, it's probably, you know, and you'll get to know your horses. Some are extremely sensitive, and you can't mess with their schedule. Some, they're going to have, you know, a brunch at night, and they're going to have this and this, and that, and as long as you're pretty close, probably usually with enough hay in front of them, they're going to be okay. All right? So you don't want that foregut to be very empty. So what we do with a lot of our horses, unless they're living out on pasture, is we meal feed them, and they really were never made to do that very good. Okay, so with stuff out on pasture, you got to understand there's only so much they can eat, because it's just like you eating a big salad. It's going to fill them up more. So your forages, your pastures are going to have a higher moisture content than what your hays do. And so they're going to eat more pounds of that to get the same nutrients because there's just more water, more water within that. So to get the same amount of nutrients in that in them. But if you watch those horses on pasture, like I said, they're going to be grazing about 70% of the time anyway. So normal maximum consumption is about 2.5% of their body weight, as kind of I already mentioned. Your mares, okay, your lactating mares, even though we say they're filled up, they might actually eat as much as about 4% in the body weight when they're out there, but they need so many more calories to do that. I mean, to maintain their milk production. So how many can we have on an acre? That's what a lot of people always, you know, I got this place, I got 2 or 3 acres, can I put my 5 horses in there? I'm like, only if you want to turn them out all the time or have a bunch of dry lads. So it's kindly generally recommended that you have about 1 to 2 acres per 1,000-pound horse, and it's going to be highly variable about the kind of grass you have, where you're at, and we know in this state when you go from east to west, it's going to change tremendously, okay? That's just a really rough rule of thumb. Other things are how you're going to manage those horses. Are you going to keep trying to want them out there 24/7? Are you going to bring them out, in and out? You know, what is your goal? What is your purpose for having those horses turned out? How are you using them, okay? Are they yard art? Are they horses you're working? Are you just putting them out there for short periods of time? And also how you're going to handle the manure and how small your space actually is. really the way you manage stuff is probably a little bit more important than the actual total amount of land that you have, okay? I said, right now I'm lucky, it hasn't always been this way. I got a 25-acre pasture and I've got 2 retired horses on it. So they're easy, and we finally got smart and have started to bale some of that because it really wasn't getting used. So when you think about some stocking rates, what can you put out there, okay? This is just going off of 1 horse. You know, most people, if they have 1, then the next thing you know, they have 2, and then they have 3. So they tend to grow. But if you start off just the kind of basic kinds of things, so if they just have 1 horse and they have just half of an acre to put that horse on, okay, they kind of recommend that you can turn out less than 3 hours a day, unless you want basically a dry lot. You have to be very, very careful because they're going to trample it. They're gonna ruin it, okay? If you've got 1 horse, okay, and 1 whole acre, you're really still only looking at probably 3 to 8 hours a day, and that's really once that grass has come up in the spring and is pretty well established. If you got 1 horse and about 1.5 acres, okay, really you're looking at the turnouts limited to about 8 to 12 hours a day, so about half of a day is really what you're thinking about. And this is really still just with 1 horse, okay? Then if you move up and you've got 2 or more acres for that single horse, then you can probably have them out, but we'll also talk about some pasture rotation and moving around a little bit, okay? The other thing to remember for most of your horse owner is, yeah, they're out there on the grass, but unless they're out there 24/7, you're gonna have to supplement them. They're not gonna have the amount of pasture, of forages going through their system that they should. So you're gonna have to probably supplement them with some hay when they're inside, when they're in the dry lot, when they're in the stall, or whatever they are. So really, to me, whoops, back up. These guys are really more or less kind of, it's not their nutrient source, it's a little bit of a turnout time, it's a little bit of a break from being inside, okay? So here's some, this is a neat kind of long infographic that I stole from, whoops, these guys, and I put some stuff on here because I thought it was kind of good and brought out a lot of really good points, okay? So if those horses are out there 24/7, they're gonna graze all the time. If you look, they look like they're grazing all the time, and they are. Probably 60% of the time out there, they're grazing. Why do we have so few horses that colic on pasture? Because of that. It's the most natural way that those horses can be. Can they get sick and have issues? Yes, okay? But is it because they have an empty stomach? Probably not, okay? Did they get into something they shouldn't have, or things like that? Those things can always happen, okay? Stocking rates are going to vary a lot, okay? Time of the year, the quality, different kinds of things like that. You know, we say you can do this. We know in the spring it's different, getting into the fall it's different, and for the winter it's certainly going to be different, okay? 1 to 2 acres, I already said that, and these are some management things for people, oops, some management things for people to think about. Where's my arrow? Okay? Seeding and fertilization, your feed store, some other folks, I still have numbers from Bruce that I recommend to people as far as different kinds of varieties to plant and those types of things. Doing some harrowing of those and mowing those fields also are some things that are suggested to try to manage your pastures. So here's some other stuff as far as if the turnout time is kind of somewhat limited, okay? Kind of where you think that you might do it and only bring them in and out if you don't have enough space or too many horses to leave them out there 24/7. There's a little deal called pasture-associated laminitis, okay? It's called PAL, all right? Any of you guys are familiar with this or heard of this, okay? In our part of the state, we've got great spring pastures, but they can also be an issue, okay? Because in our spring pastures, with a lot of our cool season, our bromes and those kinds of things, they're going to be really high nutrition content, really high in carbohydrates when they're first growing in the spring, okay? And laminitis is a tough disease that horses will get, where basically it's overeating carbohydrates, okay? And they can get that just from being out on pasture, really more commonly just in the spring. If you've got horses that are out there 24/7 as the pasture is growing, probably not an issue because they're acclimated to the nutrients in that pasture as they come up and grow. But if you've got one of these guys that they're being turned out short term, it's like you turn me loose in a candy jar, okay? I'm going out there on this pasture and it's really rich and they might develop laminitis, okay? And so it's something that you need to be careful about. And A slow turnout schedule that I'm going to show you in a little bit is really what you want to do on these horses, that if you've gone and putting them out on pasture in the spring, then you need to be careful of. This time of year, the nutrients the grasses are way more mature. It's really not as much of an issue. Yeah, we're going to start having some regrowth, but it's not going to be like we had in the spring. So the pasture-associated laminitis is not as much of an issue in the fall as what we have around here in the springtime, okay? Kind of bouncing around here just a little bit. If you have the space, it's a good idea to break your pastures up, okay? I mean, if you've just got 1 acre or a half acre, this might not be that feasible. I know some people will separate their areas with an electric fence and that, and you have to be careful with our horses with that, because if you put metal fence posts out there and wires on them, you can have a pretty serious issue if some of your horses get kind of stupid and run through them and bring fence posts into their bodies and stuff like that. But if you have a situation where you've got the space and you can divide these up into smaller cells where you can rotate them and move them between different ones and allow one to rest in that, it's a better situation. You actually will get more use out of these. And there's going to be what we call a sacrifice area where where your water's going to be. Maybe that's where you grain them, and they're going to trample stuff down, and it's basically going to be a lot of weeds. Okay, you're just going to have that. Dry lots, some of those deals turn into dry lots, okay? Dry lots, we keep a lot of horses out on dry lots. They're more or less going to be a little exercise thing, and maybe that's where you have to keep your horses. So you just have to think about, what you're doing with your dry lots and manage them and maintain them, okay? They might have some vegetation in them. What is it probably? Is it going to be really nice grass? It's probably going to be weeds, okay? Weeds that you need to mow, weeds that you need to spray. They're generally not going to eat that kind of stuff unless they don't have anything else to eat, okay? Everybody gets all worried about weeds, noxious weeds and stuff in your horses. Well, if you make them be hungry and they have nothing else to eat, then they will go start munching on stuff that maybe they shouldn't. If you keep, even in these dry lots, some hay in front of them, it can be put out in different ways. Chances of them going to eating some weeds that probably don't taste very good are not that strong, okay? So really, to me, these dry lots, okay, the biggest thing is going to be for exercise, for turnout time. You want to get them out of the stall. Maybe they just live in those dry lots where they have access to a shelter, whatever, okay? You got to think, if you're putting them together, of good drainage and erosion control, because in the springtime, when we have a lot of rain or you have a lot of snow melt, they're just big, deep mud lots with a lot of this issue, a lot of manure, okay? Because horses do defecate quite a bit. And so if they're dry lotted, you got to think of some judicious manure management kinds of stuff. And what is it? It's basically having a way that you can clean it out. Are we going to go in there and clean a dry lot out like our stalls? No. Hopefully you've got tractor, skid loader, something to push around that you can get them somewhat cleaned up. And don't wait till they're really bad, and don't wait till it's really, really wet. So kind of the numbers, everybody's got numbers, and what they suggest that you do is if you got more than 3 horses on a dry lot per acre, then you try to clean out the manure every week. Is that realistic? Are a lot of us going to have time to do that? Probably not, but we can always have the ideal thought, what our intent is and what we'd like to do. If you've got less than 3 horses in one of those lots, then you can probably push it off. And some vegetation, it's not necessarily grass. You can probably do it on a monthly basis, but remember that manure attracts flies, okay? So if you've got dry lots with a lot of horses out there, your fly issue is going to be bigger, okay? So think about some of those things. If you all of a sudden have way more flies, look to see where your manure management your manure disposal is. Okay. All right. So here's some other stuff about turning them out in the spring, okay? I talked about the pasture-associated laminitis. One, we need to get the grass to get up to growth to a certain level, and we like it to be up to about 6 to 8 inches in height before you start turning them out. If you've got, like I have, 2 horses, 4 horses on a 25-acre pasture, that's not a really big issue, okay? If your stocking rates are higher and you're tighter, this is something you really need to pay attention to. Otherwise, you're not going to have any grass, okay? So it's all a management thing of knowing what you have to deal with and what's going to work in your situation, okay? So if you look at this, we like it to be about 6 to 8 inches in height, okay? And then we want to wean them on it, okay? Not just throw them out, because if we wean them on it, the laminitic things is going to be less of an issue, plus you've not overloaded your pasture, okay? So basically, you're going to look at trying to turn them out on a graduated scale of about an additional 15 minutes every day, okay? You know, is that realistic? Maybe, maybe not, but it's something to really think about. And if you've got things concentrated in a really, really small area, some of this is not going to be that hard to do, okay? So the first day, 15 minutes, and this is going to gradually increase. When you're up to about 5 hours, then you can probably just leave them out if you've got enough space to do that. So you just have to kind of think, how's this going to work? I'll get into this maintenance stuff here a little bit, but the rotation, if you can do it, it's really going to help with your pasture management, okay? Oh, okay. You'd like to rotate them as if they get it grazed down to about 2 or 4 inches, okay, and then try to move them to a different spot. So if you've got them a smaller area divided into different grazing cells, let them graze it down so far, then move them to the next one and continue to be moving them. Then those earlier ones can go ahead and get some regrowth to them. And then you can maximize the use out of everything because you haven't let it get overgrazed, okay? A lot of folks will mow them, okay, and that depends also a little bit on your species, because I'm really talking about here in eastern Nebraska with our cool and warm season grasses, okay? So they'll mow them down to about 4 inches, about 3 or 4 times a year to try to help with weed control, you know, different kinds of things to help increase them. They're selective grazers. You know, you're like, why are they eating over there where this grass is tall and this grass is super short, okay? They're finicky, they can be picky. The horses like whatever tastes the best. And so I have them stand out there in this grass up to here, but they don't eat the tall grass. They're going over to the small stuff because the new growth is going to have a little bit more nutrients. It's going to be a little bit better tasting to them, a little bit less fiber, okay? So they're going to have certain grasses that they favor, and yes, there's been grazing studies, and they'll tell you they favor this, and different kinds of things like that. Also certain areas. You'll notice your horses tend to have sacrifice areas and areas, even in a pasture, where they'll go and defecate in. You know, I got them in a stall, some defecate in the corner. Your horses in some areas, even of pasture, that's where they're going to defecate at. And then they go, why is this grass so long? When you go look at it, it's like, oh, because that's where they're defecating. Then they'll go to different areas of the pasture to go ahead and graze, okay? So you think about some of those kinds of things. Close grazers, they're spot grazers, and then they'll graze some of those areas that are the youngest, more nutritious down really close. So that's a little bit where your pasture rotation and your mowing and those kinds of things come into play to kind of head off some of these kinds of things. What I don't have on here also is that we also have always suggested graze them together with cattle. They eat different things than what the cattle do. And you'll see pretty good pasture management, maintenance and stuff if you've got both horses and cattle grazing on the same pasture. We were in Ireland on a study abroad, and we went to one of the real prominent thoroughbred places, and that's exactly what they did. They're very, very big on pasture management. And in the pastures with the brood mares, and this is probably one of the most elite farms that there is, they had a bunch of cattle out there with the horses. The stud pens, they had sheep. They go, we can't trust the stallions not to mess with the cattle, but we could put the sheep out there, you know. And then they were really smart because those cattle or those sheep, when they came, they would move them from pasture to pasture, and it worked really well. So I thought it was really very interesting that one of the most elite farms in the world, this is exactly what they're doing, and they're putting sheep or cattle out there and moving around to help with their pasture management, okay? Help with your stocking rates, you know, to get your horses out there. One, I mentioned mowing. A lot of folks will mow their pastures to go out there 2 or 3 times a year, depends on what you have, and mow it. It will knock down the old stuff that's not as nutritious, you know, and so it's a really good, and knock down some of your weeds and some of those kinds of things, okay? Irrigate, you know, they say, oh, irrigate it. Well, how many of us are going to irrigate our horse pastures? You're going to hope our irrigation is going to be, what rain can we get today? You know, but it's, if you have a small area, and I've been around some acreages, and they get the stuff out there, and they're rotating their little bitty pastures, and they're running hoses on some of it. So, you know, if you can do it, it works fine. Fertilization is good, and I'm not going to get into a lot of that right now, but generally you should fertilize in the spring. You can work with extension, you can work with your co-op to decide what you need to put on your pasture, on your ground. I know personally, even though we only have a few horses out there, we fertilize every spring. The better your pasture, the stronger the growth is, the less weeds you're going to have, and now we started to bale it. So there are win-wins for doing some of that. Manure management, to go out there and drag it, okay? A lot of horse places, they will, if they've got pasture, they will clean their stalls and then spread the manure on the pasture. Everybody says not the best management, but it's kind of you do what you have. And also, but just going out there with a harrow and a drag to break up that fecal material is really suggested and really good. And then pasture rotation. I'll talk a little bit more about that right now. Okay, I already talked about it, dividing it into several small pieces. This is another piece of this schematic that I found, and it's the same idea here of breaking it up into different ones. Here they split it with some electric fence. You just have to be careful with our horses what you use to divide it with, because they can get into some tough situations with some different kind of fences. But you know, rotate them from 1 to 1 to allow the best regrowth that you can is really the ideal thing that you can do. Better your productivity with it, gives a good rest. The one that a lot of people forget about, because we're focused on pasture management, is it does help with your parasite control, okay? You're never gonna get rid of parasites from our horses, but if you rotate them from different areas of their pasture, the life cycle of pretty much all parasites is gonna go out as the horses defecate, okay? And when you move the horses from different spot to different spot, like every 30 days or whatever, you break up that parasitic life cycle. So that's another benefit of doing pasture rotation, is you move them and you can minimize some of those kinds of things. So a little bit on your, with the manure piles. When you rotate them around, you'll have less of those areas where they're just defecating in, okay? So you probably will have more small piles throughout those different areas. And then what you end up with that is that they break up quicker and easier, so it's not as big of an issue as what you've had. And then, as I mentioned before, the dragging of them is going to break up the piles, get nutrients back into your pasture. You know, have some good benefits with that. Few little things on planning it. Think about some of these things, and sometimes you get into a place and it's like, this isn't working, I'm going to revamp it. You know, I always worry about when I see this lovely horse farm, it's got a really nice big pasture. The gates are in the middle, and I'm like, how are you going to catch those horses? You know, I mean, they're like, well, wait a minute. So think about some of those things. Gates in the corner, okay? Or have your setup where you funnel those horses down to a smaller area. You know, even in ours, we've got a 3-sided shed, and we've got 2 smaller pens, and so we trick them, we feed them in those, and we go around the backside and we shut the gate on them, and then we can catch them. You know, so different things when you're putting this together as far as how are you going to catch those horses, because they don't always want to be caught when they're on the pasture and they know you're coming after them to ride them or have them do something they don't want, okay? The fencing is important, okay? Visible fencing, you know, they're notorious for running through fences. We try to avoid barbed wire as much as we can. And, you know, you have to be economical of what you can afford. You know, you go to Kentucky and there are all these lovely wooden fences. Well, that's not real for most of us. And so we have to do what we can do, but make it so it's as visible as what it is and something that you can take and maintain. Water access, you know, ponds and streams, they're okay. Here we have a lot of runoff, and so a farm pond is not the best water source for your horses. Maybe it's if a true stream, but it's not going to work in the wintertime. So think of your water tanks, think of where those are at, think how you can easily fill them, okay? Think how you can heat them in the wintertime, and think about all those different kinds of things, not just, oh, isn't this pretty? Is it functional? Is it manageable, okay? You need to worry about some of those things. What you're going to avoid, that's probably just depends on what the land that you end up in. But the seeding, and I'm not going to get into a whole lot of that as far as with seeding it, but kind of what they suggest is you're not going to seed it and use it tomorrow, okay? You need to allow those to get established and grow up. And so here's some recommendations from cool and warm season, is that we seed them about 6 months to a year out from when you think you want to use them, okay? So seeding it sometime like now in the fall or early spring, warm season in the spring, and different times of the year. So you have to think way ahead of when you might be getting into some of this stuff. Just about to the end here, and these are some infographics. I think we gave you some copies of those that I had a student make about a year or so ago. But you know, we changed tremendously as we move across our state, and so more the western part of the state are going to be more dry climate and sandy. So the types of forages we're going to plant for out there are going to be quite a bit different than what we have here in eastern Nebraska. We have both our cool and our warm season grasses that we're going to have out here. The other thing is don't forget the winter, okay? You got this nice pasture, but it's not gonna work in the wintertime, okay? We're not in Texas, we're not down south, we're not where they can keep them out 24, or 12 months out of the year. And so as a horse owner, you have to always think about how am I gonna manage this over the course of the winter, okay? You gotta have water that stays open. It's not gonna be a stream, it's gonna be some kind of tank. You gotta have power to it that you can keep a tank heater going, okay? As it gets colder, the nutrient value of those pastures is going to be pretty much dry up. So generally, I'm saying probably sometime November-ish, for sure December, January, February, into March, it will tend to start growing again. Like our horses that are on pasture, we'll start feeding them sometime in November a little bit, and then probably we know they'll start eating a little bit. And they're 2 retired horses, so they're very simple. But then by April, we stop grading them because they've got plenty of grass. But so the thing to remember with the horse's digestive system, and I talked about how they're hindgut fermenters, so they're going to produce more body heat from the digestion of the forages, okay? So don't think the minute it turns cold, I got to go start giving them all this grain. They're going to digest, they're going to use more body heat when they digest forages, so the hay that you're now going to give them, then up in the grain. They're going to get to a certain point, when it's cold, that they're going to need a little bit of supplemental grain to maintain their weight. Probably when we get into the thick of it, like in late December, January, February, you might have to supplement those pasture horses by just a small amounts of grain so they don't start losing weight on you, okay? So that's really, you don't think you have to grain them all the time, but kind of in those cold periods of time. What you're going to hay them is going to depend on your situation, okay? We're fans of round bales, but now that we only have 2 horses, they're going to waste that. So we put on the outside of the fence and we fork it over into some feeders. When we had 7 or 8 of them out there, we put a round bale out and they were fine. But you have to think, are we going to waste this? And they love it because if we put it out there, then they're going to bed themselves in it, which isn't the best use of our round bales. So, and that's just a grass round bale, or that's just, grass round bale. It's not a legume, it's not an alfalfa one. So think about some of those kinds of things. Because when it's, a blizzard and it's cold and it's windy, you don't want to have to spend all this work to go out there and feed your horses, because then it doesn't happen right. So we always say keep it simple. So we keep it where it's easy to throw out, easy to give them. They know they have to come into the pen. The other nice thing is if we have to catch them, they know that's where they get fed, and so you can kind of fake them if you need to catch them. So think of some of all those, general management things to make your life easier and take care of your horses as best as what you can. So I know I went through a lot kind of quick, but it's late in the day on a Friday. So thoughts or comments, okay? And I still Ruth a lot of your stuff. So comments or anything? If you're lucky like us, now, we weren't always that way. We've got that 25-acre pasture, so now we've started to bale it. So now we've got, we put it up in some squares and some round bales for the pasture horses, squares because we still have a few inside in the stall. So that's still using the land that we have and not wasting all that good grass that's out there. Yep.
Like that in the last few years.
Yeah, exactly.
What about warming your horses?
Yes. And the world of deworming has gone through a lot of changes, and you'll hear different people talk about different recommendations, okay? Now when you go through the vet side of it, they're really big on fecal egg counts and doing fecal egg counts on your horses to see what they have, and you might only worm them a couple times a year, okay? Many of us still do the every other month, but use the same, change the products less. Okay, we'll use one product over a year and a different one in the spring. So those are probably the 2 most common ways that are done. And yeah, the veterinarian world will push you to do the fecal egg counts because you're deworming according to what your horse actually is. Okay, but you either have to learn how to do it and get a scope, or take the feces in, and you can pick it up off the ground as long as it's relatively fresh. So. Yeah, but yeah, we still do deworm all of ours, even our pasture horses. They probably don't get wormed every month like the show horses. The pasture guys probably are only a few times a year. There's only 2 horses out there on that big pasture, and one's 24 and one's 22, and they're not going anywhere. So, yeah, they're retired. Yeah, they've serviced. And they look great. So the one, he's really funny because he originally came from Montana, and when we have everybody, oh, your horses are outside. I'm like, yeah. And that Montana horse, when we have a blizzard, he's laying in the snow, rolling in it, playing in it. He enjoys it. So, yeah.
What type of warmer do you prefer, paste, injection, or
Paste. Just paste in their mouth. Yeah. I live with a veterinarian. We have four total horses right now. We're just going to pace them. Yeah. When we had a lot more, then it was a little bit different. But for the small number and people that have large number of horses, then it's a little bit different because you got to think more economical. But this is the fewest horses we've ever had. There at the building animal science, we have 20-some head, and we still just paced them. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's easy to teach students and people to do it. So, yep.
You see any fescue problems here?
Not really. More when you get south. I know in Missouri and different areas like that, but we really haven't heard of much fescue issues here. Yeah, even in the very southeastern portion of the state. Yeah, and similarly with blister beetles, we still really don't see much of them here. More south. Yeah, yeah. So, yep.
All right, can you hear me? Awesome. Last but not least, right? Saving the best for last. Plant ID on a Friday at post 5:30. I don't want to overwhelm you, so I'm going to try to give like a nice slow pitch in. And so for 30 minutes to teach plant ID, it's kind of hard to decide what exactly to focus on. So I've got some areas to kind of go down, and then if we have a little bit more time, we can delve into a couple more slides specific on like toxic plants, okay? So there's no one right way to learn how to identify plants. Like there's just lots of avenues anymore, and we're gonna explore some of those, okay? The biggest thing I want you to know is that you don't have to be a complete expert in plant terminology to be able to really help yourself out, okay? So there's really kind of 4 key characteristics that I tell people to always kind of key upon, all right? The first one being height. You can always tell how tall something is just by standing beside it, right? And when you're trying to get somebody to identify those plants for you, it's also important to give them some indicator of height. It's not just something to send them a picture. Telling them how tall it is also good. But if you tell me it's waist high on you, I don't know how tall you are. So you got to have kind of some indicator, right? The other thing is bloom time. When is it flowering? That can be super helpful, especially in this Kansas Wildflower and Grasses website, which I'll make sure you have a QR code to get access to all of that stuff too. But what's lovely about that website is you can see, is it a blue flowering in March? And you can click on that, and then it just populates nicely what flowers. And Kansas does a really good job of covering a lot of parts of Nebraska too. So that's lovely. So that individual has set that up to be really helpful when it comes to, of course, yellow wildflowers in August. You're going to get a lot more, right, than you would get the blue flowers in March. Habitat, where exactly is it growing, right? Is it in a wet area? Is it up in a dry upland area? Like that's super important to determine when it comes to identification. And then last but not least is kind of that location and that range. So where exactly, I need to know where exactly in Nebraska is it growing, because that makes a difference too, right? And that is important to you when you're looking up a plant and wait a minute, this only occurs in Texas. That is not your plant, right? So a good way to eliminate it. So I brought a bunch of guides with me today that I want you to look through, and John's gonna have to figure out, because I did bring a stack that someone could walk away with if they wanted to. So we've got some good extension publications that are available online through PDF, or you can buy a paper copy. So the Common Grasses of Nebraska, this is $5 here. And so it gives you some nice common grasses that we have here in Nebraska, distribution maps, and some other kind of key characteristics that you can look for grasses. The Common Forbs and Shrubs of Nebraska, this one's sitting at about $12.50 if you want an actual paper copy, but again, it's online, a free PDF. And then this one's kind of more recent, is this toxic plant one as well, that even Bruce did some work on too. This is another one that's about $12.50, all right? And then there's the Field Guide to Wildflowers, and again, different books have different things, and I didn't bring that one because somebody has walked off with my copy. But that one is, I don't know who I lent it to. That one is set up where you can go through bloom color. Is it a yellow flower? And then it's got a nice yellow section to go to. So that's super helpful as well. If you're more interested in kind of the weeds, obviously, and I hate to use the words weeds. I know we all kind of talk about weeds all the time, but what one weed is to you is maybe not to me. I find it as a nice native, so you kind of have to be careful. But this book is really comprehensive in the sense that it not only gives you pictures of various parts of the plant, but it gives you the seeds and the seedlings. So that's super awesome. And it also tells you like what else it could be, some lookalikes too. So this is one of my favorite ones too. On top of, I also brought a grass book that's not up here, but this grass book is really nice. And the nice thing about this one is that in the very back, if you're not sure what grass you have, they have this nice little picture part here where they put a coin up, and I think it's a dime, and you can see the width of the leaf blade to help you to try to identify your grass. So this one's super nice too. And last but not least is the Weeds of the Great Plains book. Now this one is $32.50 from the Department of Ag. If you want it shipped to you, it's $35. So for a hardcover book of this thickness. Now this one is not by flower color. It's not done by that, but it is done by ones that look very similar to one another, okay? So all the sunflower family plants are together in this one. So John wants to try to figure out this 3 stack here can go home with somebody today if you would like, okay? But so again, different types of guides, whatever you're kind of looking for, what are you interested in, and you're welcome to look through them as well. But there's also websites. And so what the Center for Grassland Studies has done is created this web page that you can get to through this QR code. All right, and if you don't have a phone that can do QR codes, it's the Center for Grassland Studies, and just look under one of the ribbons and it says plant identification on it too. All right, and so that Kansas wildflower website is on there. There's a great Missouri one too. There's other, like you can test your skills on Sandhills plants. So there's a bunch there. Then there's also, my information and how to take photographs so that if you need help identifying a plant, you're gonna know how to exactly do it so I can get the best possible photographs. So something with scale, again, I need to know that height, and I need some information, right, about habitat and everything, but just how do you take a photograph so I can really help you out here, okay? So that's also a resource. All right, so then there's also picture apps. Has anybody used a picture app before for Plant ID? Yeah, so there's several of them, okay? I just named a few. Picture This is probably my favorite right now. Seek by iNaturalist did not work for me. Didn't like it, got grumpy with it. Nebraska Wildflowers, I'll show you that one. It's a little bit different. It's not about taking pictures. It's about characteristics, so we'll talk about that one here in a quick minute. And then Plant Snap. Now, I have to say, Picture This. I've been vetting it for a while now, okay? And it's probably about 80% good on like your wildflowers, or what I would say are kind of maybe in your weed category, all right? So it's gonna serve you pretty good, but you don't know what you don't know sometimes, right? So if it comes up with something pretty nasty, you probably wanna reach out and make sure that's exactly what you have too, okay? However, on the flip side, sometimes it doesn't identify the nasty things, so you've got to be careful. It's about 20% good on grasses. So that's what I'm going to kind of focus on today, is just kind of looking at how different grasses are and how they look so similar to one another.
That's good to know, because I've got that app and I've been relying on it.
Yes.
So maybe I need to rethink that a little bit sometime.
So here's some examples of when it really went wrong, okay? Now this picture up here is what I took. That's Medusa head rye. Now that is a nasty invasive plant of the West, okay? Now, what it called Medusa head was a nice barley that's native, and it also called it Canada wild rye, which I have right here to kind of send around to everybody, right? This is Canada wild rye, not Medusa head. So nasty invasive versus nice native, right? Then if we look at this is still Canada wild rye. It's still calling it some type of this is foxtail barley. Now it does pretty good on the bromes, okay? So I will give it that. It did get my ripgut brome right, okay? It did get my Japanese brome right. But then when I went to go for Ventinata, which is another awful grass to the west that hopefully we will never see out here in eastern Nebraska. It started calling it again some nice natives, a nice Stanthonia, a nice Eragrostis, so rough bent and flattened oat grass. Again, not correct. So it's important, especially with the grasses, that to know that those apps, no app can do it, which is really nice for my class when I have students key out grasses, because there's no way they can cheat. It's just not going to work for them. So good for me, not for them. Now the Nebraska app that just focuses in on Nebraska, it looks a little bit differently. You're not going to be taking a picture. You're going to need to know what your plant type is. Flower color is nice. What kind of petals you have here. I don't know which has got the, oops, I did not mean to do that. Oh, where's the pointer? There we go. And then you've got the petals, right? So you've got to count your petals on here. Flower size by inches. Your leaf arrangement, is it alternate? So you go up the stem and there's a leaf. You go up the stem, there's another leaf off the other way. Opposite, or these kind of whorled appearance to it too. And then what habitat is it in? It might be a little bit more difficult. Honestly, if you just put in maybe flower color and plant type, you're going to get a list of stuff too. So some people like this one as well, but it's not like a take a picture and tell me what it is kind of deal, all right? So if we think of Nebraska, really, I can teach you about 8 to 10 grasses that will get you from the eastern portion to the panhandle too, all right? Because you're going to start seeing familiarity in that. Now, saying that, grasses are some of the most abundant plant species on earth, right? There's just a lot of them, and they all kind of look alike, right? So they can be extremely difficult, right? But here we are in the tallgrass prairie, right, in the eastern part of Nebraska, in this wedge that we've got here. Recognize that there's only about 1% of like really unbroken tallgrass prairie left. And these tall grasses have enjoyed the moisture that we've had this year. So I want to take you through a little bit of plant morphology, or like plant characteristics, not to overwhelm you, because again, it's Friday, and I totally recognize that. But I just want you to kind of understand the different parts. So not only when you have to take a picture to have it identified, but maybe if you just want to even explore yourself, you're going to know what to look for. All right? So here's a reproductive tiller, yeah? And now this is just a general grass picture. They don't all look like this, right? Because it doesn't really illustrate, maybe our Canada wild rye. But in general, it has the inflorescence up top. We've got some leaves that come off. We've got, when the leaves come into the stem, we have what's called this leaf sheath, which is just essentially that coat that covers the stem, all right? Sometimes that's open, sometimes it's fused shut. That can help with identifying grasses that don't have any inflorescence on them, because we work in grace systems, right? And we don't always get the benefit of this. So, and then when we look here too, we've got what's called the internode. So in between these two knobbly pieces that I kind of like to call the knees of the grasses, the knees of the stem, we have this internode, these different hard pieces that are called node, and then that in between those two is the internode. So what's important here, vegetatively, when we're looking at grasses, is the collar. And so this portion is really important to kind of look into with the leaf sheath and the collar to determine what exactly kind of hair or anything else that's going on there. So that's how technical we get when we're looking at stuff vegetatively. So it can be pretty difficult. So when we look at that collar and we pull back that leaf blade, we see there's usually some hair and some tissue. And based upon what grass it is, each grass has something different. And so again, not to overwhelm you, but this is just one indication of what you can see when you pull that leaf blade back, right? And anymore, I cannot see this. I need glasses. So, or you need some kind of loop to look at it closely. Thank you so much for separating those for me. I appreciate that. So vegetatively, we can still ID grasses, yes? When we look at the inflorescence sitting up there, what's important to look at first is really what does that inflorescence look like, okay? We can have what's called a spike on something like the Canada wild rye, okay? We can have what's called a raceme on an Indian grass, all right? So it kind of looks like the panicle, but stuff's going on a little bit differently with that seed head of where that seed sits, okay? And then we can have a full-blown panicle like you can have in your switchgrass, okay? Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say you can give yourself a little plant ID test if you'd like to. All right, so this also, if it's a spike, it's easier to identify than one of these other things, just to let you know on that front too. All right, so just go through some of the natives. Now, when it comes to your pastures, do you have native grasses or do you have mostly kind of your cool seasons, brome grass, orchard grass kind of mix? What natives? Awesome. So again, so you know what kind of comes in. So even if you have some of your smooth brome, which I have some here too, you might have some natives somewhere else on your property that you just want to keep going as well. So big blue stem is a big one. And I'll let Matthew, you haven't separated out all the big blue stem. Now, the big blue stem, where I got the big blue stem, it's some of the tallest I've seen, and it's way over your head at this point in the prairie that we have on East Campus. So this absolutely it doesn't do it justice. Do you want to pass those around for me? So big blue stem, one of our nice natives, sometimes called turkey foot because it's got an inflorescence that has like, 3 pieces kind of sticking off that top part in the inflorescence, sometimes 2, sometimes 5. You're welcome to take any of those pieces with you if you want, by the way. I don't have to take these home with me. So if you don't want to take a picture, take it with you, okay? And where that seed is sitting is actually in the one that's got what's called an awn coming off of it. And that awn is what's going to help move the seed. Okay, so awns are super helpful. They're like those needle-like projections that help move our seed along. So big blue stem, little blue stem. Now little blue stem is just barely getting going right now. Do you want to pass that? Here's all the little blue. It's barely getting going right now. It's starting to just really come out, but you can still see it's almost a little past kind of the boot stage, right? And pushing up out, so that you can start seeing some of the fuzziness of the inflorescence itself. So this is eventually what these guys will look like here. So nice hairs coming off of that. Again, where that seed sits is where that awn is coming off. So again, that needle-like projection, and that seed is sitting at the base there. And this one, okay, so big blue stem's a tall grass, right? Little blue stem's a mid-grass, okay? And then we have Indian grass, which is another tall grass. That's another one. These lovely guys are like, have all their anthers out all over. So the Indian grass is another nice eastern tall grass species. They again can get nicely over your head. And this one's a little bit different than the others, but I won't totally bore you with some of that terminology. But again, wherever that awn is, that seed is going to be sitting down below. And then switchgrass is that one that has that really open panicle to it. And this one doesn't have an awn to it, and the seed is sitting right in there nicely. And this is another one, more tall grass than anything else, but really kind of variable when it comes to height. But another nice native. Let's see what else. And then last but not least, and I still have some others here as well, is side oats, grama. This one I like. This is my favorite grass because it's the easiest one to identify. It has all its inflorescence kind of hanging off the side. Each of these branches kind of come off the side, and they have multiple seeds. There's multiple seeds in this one, right? This grass in particular is fairly competitive with other grasses. Like even though it's a mid-grass, So it doesn't get as tall. It puts on some pretty good rhizomes, and it can form some pretty good clumps.
Seems like it's pretty easy to establish too.
It's very easy to establish. Okay, so before I get to this slide too, I did bring others in here too. We've got Eastern Gamma Grass. What's cool about this grass is you'll see there's kind of two sections to it. There's a top portion and kind of an odd-looking bumpy bottom portion to this inflorescence. The top portion is the male part where the pollen is coming down, and the bottom portion is the female, that's the seed. So the seeds are just left on here. I only could find these because it's already kind of past its due, but this is a nice tall grass that is quite preferred by cattle. So, and then we've got the Canada Wild Rye. This is a good example of that spike, and you can see all the awns going off of it. Now this is kind of a short-lived perennial, so 3 to 5 years. So a lot of times people use this one as kind of, I'm going to stabilize my soil and wait till those other natives, the big blue stem, the little blue stem, get established. This one establishes a lot faster, and it's a cool season. Yes, absolutely. And then, and then this is prairie cordgrass. This is another one, I mean, way over my head tall. And this one's just really interesting what you can do with this. So this whole inflorescence here, you can really look at these different branches. And if you pull it back, you can see kind of the awns kind of coming off of it. The interesting thing with this one, if you take the leaf, so vegetatively, if you take the leaf, and then you kind of have to be careful, but if you pull your fingers down, Bruce is knowing why I'm saying to be careful, it's so rough along the edge, it'll actually give you a cut. So like all those young people that I take out into the grass, and I'm like, okay, we're gonna be walking through some prairie cordgrass. This is why it's good to have long sleeves on, right? And pants. So, but this is another one of those that, this one I feel like can take over quite quickly. It's got an amazing underground rhizome system that moves along pretty quickly. So vegetatively, you know, there's going to be some hair on the bottom of big blue stem to be able to tell it. Indian grass has some specific things at the collar that are really important. Cytodes grama has some hair along the leaf blade. So again, there's some, you don't necessarily need the inflorescence for it. Now, the same is true with smooth brome. There's a constriction on the leaf that kind of showcases this one. This one's obviously a cool season, so it looks terrible up top, but it's still pretty green on the bottom, amazingly enough, so you can send that one around. So now I did the smooth brome is kind of the last one here, because when we think of like, happy grasslands that are native, smooth brome doesn't come into the picture of it, okay? Because it's just an introduced grass that doesn't do well for multiple layers, for insects, for birds, and everything else like that too. Is it forage? Absolutely, so it works. So I have that on this list, but there's something kind of all of these have in common on this list. Does anybody want to take a guess? It's late. They're all cool season, that's right. So if you want to manage them, you can all do it at one particular time. The other thing is you can graze them, right? There's some level of grazability to these. And so, and I have to, does anybody have any kind of cheatgrass or Japanese brome grass in their area? Cheatgrass. Yeah. So there's, I mean, if you have cheatgrass or you have Japanese brome grass, they like to just go back and forth. They can even cross hybridize with each other. The other one I want to kind of show you, and we've only found it in one county, in Madison County, but it's always one of those that could be hiding out in amongst other cheatgrass or brome grass, and that's the ripgut brome. Now the ripgut brome is pretty nasty when it comes to cattle, just because of the length of the awn. It's so long and it's really rough, and this was where we see most of the damage kind of come into when it comes to cattle. This is more of a western species, but for some reason we had one come in from Madison County. Actually, Bruce brought it in.
Cattle do not eat cheatgrass very good, do
No, it depends when you graze it. Out west, they're making it work. But, I mean, yeah. No, I mean, again, it's like it preference, right? I mean, yeah, that's the thing. You're done. Absolutely.
Kind of like switchgrass.
Yes. Well, kind of like if you let any of these, right, get to this stage, they're not going to want to eat it. It's just going to be too stemmy, right? And so the idea is that you keep it in that vegetative stage, right? Kind of a little bit of that shorter stage before you can even feel the seed head in that stem, and that's what your cattle are going to prefer.
Baling or feeding.
The
Baling and grinding.
The brome grass? I don't know about that.
Which ones are you talking about? The cheatgrass, I don't think you're gonna get enough flower.
No.
But smooth brome is probably one of the number one.
Yeah,
Brome, but Japanese, yeah, but like brome.
as long as the hits aren't mature, but you catch it at the right time, that's your best grass.
Right. And I mean, you're talking the same with like some of the other ones down there too. I mean, quack grass is. Yeah, I know. And so these, and they all, again, kind of, I've shown you the heads of some of those other ones, and quack grass is in the same kind of tribe of grasses as our Canada wild rice, so it's got that spike inflorescence. And you probably know what your bluegrass and your fescue look like as well. So these aren't necessarily the ones I'm concerned about telling you about today. It's more of these. So there's a Caucasian and a yellow blue stem that are related to the big blue stem and the little blue stem. However, they're not from here, okay? So they're introduced, and they were introduced back in the 30s. And so what I have here in each of these is to be able to kind of tell the difference, all right? So, and these maps aren't accurate of where exactly it is. And here's the two seed heads that you're looking at, but I'll show you a little bit closer on what you have in front of you. This is the accurate map that I have right now of where these are located. So the yellow circles are the yellow blue stem, and the blue are the Caucasian, all right? So for whatever reason, we're trending out here to have a little bit more of the Caucasian. The problem with these is they're warm season, and they're very difficult to kill. Glyphosate, you're talking several rounds of glyphosate, or imazapyr, so it won't hit other grasses as hard. But imazapyr, if you put, obviously it has a restriction. If you use so much, you have to keep your cattle off, okay? That's what K-State has come up with. They're also talking about burning down in Texas, so you do like a July burn to get rid of these because, again, they're warm season. When I get emails, it's usually from people saying, I have a grass that my cattle won't eat. Comes in around stock tanks and everything else like that. And if the cattle have something else to eat, they will not eat this grass. And that's, again, the Old World Blue Stem Caucasian and the yellow, depending upon where you have it in your packet, okay? And so they won't eat it, and then it starts to spread more. And again, it's putting on a lot of biomass. It's putting on a lot of leaves right before the natives. So again, shading them out and really out-competing them on top of releasing some chemicals from their roots that like to prevent other things from germinating around it as well, okay? So it's spreading quite a bit. I picked up 2 counties on my way back from South Dakota. I picked up 2 counties in the west of yellow blue stem, just driving home and was like, hey, there's that, right? So, and out east here, it's been here longer, so I've been here 15 years now, over 15 years, and it was here when I got up here, and somebody's like, oh, it's not supposed to grow this far north and survive. Well, it's now in Montana, so it can grow and survive, right? And if you don't get on it, then it's going to start taking over. Now,
I'm surprised you don't have a Caucasian blue stem thing around stock.
oh, yeah, I don't know.
I know 106 section that's planted Caucasian blue stem.
Well, is it still there?
I don't know, because this was 20 years ago.
Well, because they originally down south put it in CRP mixes, and they got rid of that in the post the 60s. Okay, and then crazy people down in Kansas, they just kind of threw it out the window. So it's covering certain parts of Kansas. I know I have people back, because I'm from Kansas, that as soon as they see it, they go out there with a shovel and a bucket to get rid of it, right? Because it's so difficult. But I think we have the opportunity to really kind of stop it if we know what it looks like. But the problem with grasses is that if you're not paying attention, they're just going to spread. And grasses, and that's why I decided to do grasses today, just because it's so difficult to tell them apart. And you think it's green and it's grass, my cattle will eat it. No, right? Well, obviously cheatgrass, not so much either. So looking at these two, sometimes in the winter, it's almost easier to tell what it is because it kind of bleaches out in the winter. But you can see a little bit, I put Caucasian, little blue stems in there, silver blue stem, which we have some of, and then big blue stem and then yellow blue stem to see the difference between all of them. And obviously these are sealed because I don't want these seeds. These seeds are highly viable. They reproduce also with rhizomes, so they're doing both above like the vegetative reproduction and also prolific seeding as well. Now, you can get cattle weight gains on them better than natives if it's fertilized and you're working with a monoculture, because that's what they do in Oklahoma and Texas, right? But that's having a monoculture. So, and the person that helped introduce these, he called me probably about 5 years ago and was like, I need to get a hold of the guy at K-State in Kansas to see how I can get rid of this stuff on my property. I helped introduce this all those years ago. And he said that the person that went and got it over in the Caucasus Mountains picked the plants that had been heavily grazed for about 100 years. So the genetics we're working with are stuff that's been like completely hammered by cattle or whatever they had grazing on it for like 100 years, and then they brought it back, you know, here. And so that's why, so he's worried it's just going to take over the Great Plains in the next 50 years. And it very well could, because again, it's an insidious grass that's a warm season that's really difficult. And it's very prolific, right? So that's kind of the crux of that. Why I wanted to tell you that. Do you want to go through any toxic stuff, or do you want to call it? It's totally up to you guys. It's kind of at that 6:10 mark.
I want you to talk about what's invading us, that they made us replant CRP that was perfectly good. They wanted us to put wildflowers and forbs in it, and a lot of it's in this east central Nebraska there. We got Sericea.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
What do we do about that?
Yeah, well, and I just got a county record in for Nance County, so it's now over into it's moving into that kind of central part of Sericea. Now, I work with an individual that says there's a way to graze it, Nick. There's a way to graze it and like be able to use it, and that's what they've found in Oklahoma, but that obviously hasn't been kind of tried up here. But Sericea is one of those plants, like I'm not in the business of killing things, even though I did mention that a couple times. I always, like any killing things, I would always give that question to Bruce or somebody else. I can identify it. But Sericea is one of those things, one of those plants too that releases chemicals from its roots to kill other plants too. So.
Remedy the best?
Remedy for Sericea? I don't know what the latest. See, in Oklahoma, they were talking about burning it and making it more palatable. So.
Just so many people around here don't know that they have it.
Yes, no, because again, it's one of those that kind of creeps into. Now, it's got a very distinctive kind of shape to it. Like once you know what it is, then you can like pinpoint it. But it just, it comes in pretty quickly. But it's one of those. When we think of toxic plants, there's 17 highly toxic plants in the state of Nebraska. If you look here, several of them you'll see Lambert crazy weeds, silvery lupine, and Nebraska lupine. They're all in the family Fabaceae or in the bean family, and that's where Sericea sits too. So they've got, chokecherry is one of the ones that kills cattle the most, but we don't necessarily have to talk about that. But the bean family has distinctive leaves. So in Sericea, it has this very distinctive pinnately trifoliate leaf to it, all right? And then if you know what an alfalfa flower looks like, that's what Sericea is a little tiny bean flower, right? That's white with a little bit of purple in it, yeah? Yes, so there is some level of nitrogen, right, going back into your soil.
It's my understanding that they introduced it in southern states as a pasture ground.
Yeah, pasture and for wildlife, yeah. I mean, it's just ridiculous, right? But yeah, once you see those in their tiny little flowers, and it's got a really weird distinctive branching that looks almost, I liken it to kind of a Christmas tree. And then those little tiny, trifoliate leaflets, and then you identify your Sericea, but yeah. No, nope, not at all, not at all. Does anybody have any other questions?
You ever come across the common name is needle and thread?
Uh-huh, yeah.
We have a lot of that.
Yes, yes. And it's a cool season, right? So it's gonna come on, and then, and then it's got all those awns I talked about. And the nasty thing about that one too then is like when it comes to, sheep or even cows or anything else like that, they get those needles, kind of digging into their skin and causing problems is what we've noticed. Yes, and you get abscesses with it too. Yes, yes, yes. But again, since it's a cool season, it's a native, and, there's a whole thing where, the Lakota knew they could start hunting bison when the needle and thread started flowering. But, yeah, it produces a lot of seed. But you can target it for spring. If you can do a spring burn, it'll help knock it back. Yeah. Well, so quick story. We took Ted Turner one time to one of his ranches in Nebraska, Spike Box, and we had his grandkids, and they were enjoying a kangaroo rat. And I was like, man, they need to learn plants, So I introduced them to the needle and thread, and I was like, look at this. It's like little darts, So one of the grandkids of Ted Turner went and picked all of them, had a huge wad. Now imagine all those awns sticking out, like he had a huge wad, and he went to go throw it at a girl cousin. And I was like, no. And so I totally made one of his grandkids into a delinquent, but and then he got in trouble. So anyway, but it was, but it's a grass that's a pain, that's for sure. What'd you say?
We border it.
Oh, do you? Okay, yeah. So anyway, I don't think he'll ever come and see that ranch again, but that was quite a few years ago. Yeah, he still owns it, yeah. Anyway, any other questions? Nope. John, you got to figure out who gets the books. It's the door prize.
We have lots of prizes.
And if you want to take any of the grasses with you, you're welcome to do that as well. I can always make up these other packets too with the Old World Blue Stems in it. So if you want to take one of these just to have as reference, you're welcome to as well. So take what you want, yeah? Okay?